Are you ready for a brand new season? Cycle 4 Season 10 will begin on January 17th at 2. The new season means there are new legendary items to collect, which includes the C4 S10 set, glasses, parachute, mask, cover, AUG, and more. In addition, players can use the new titles archive system to view the number of times a title has been acquired, highest completion progress, which seasons they were obtained in, and more. We've also added 4 new titles this season: Phenom, Almighty, Medic, and Summit. And we've added a star display for the Conqueror tier. Every 100 points bumps you up 1 mini-tier and adds a star. Also, season badge records for Season 1 through Season 19 have been updated. So, what's your tier goal this season? And will you make it? Let us know in the comments. Best wishes for ranking up in the new season.
Great news! Metro Royale has debuted a new map. It's called Misty Port. This map is not only full of resources, but is also home to exciting battles. Additionally, the map has added zip lines and stairs to make moving about easier than ever. Also, to improve the player experience, we've added new bosses to the map. Try it out now.
Just give them hell. Oh yeah, I say just give them hell.
Wake up.
Wake up.
are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan. seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another day of the PUBG Mobile Professionally Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. My name is Sir Cloud and it feels like it's been ages since I had Choo beside me. Choo, how you doing?
I'm great, guys. Well, I haven't followed, not really, I have been followed, but I haven't been on the desk so far when it comes to the first 3 days. Now, you have to fill me in here, Sir Cloud. I saw the point system, and so far it's so close between the regions and between the wildcard itself. It has been really competitive so far.
It is. And for the teams as well, they've been playing really aggressive. This time around, Sandhawk has had a major change. We don't see the healing game anymore, and it being a small map, no healing game, you know what's going to happen. It's World War 2023.
So far, how's Sandhawk doing? Is it still going to be a bit conservative? Is it still going to be super... You know, we do know for the fact there's so many changes when it comes to the format as well. Now, the format, so we do know it kind of reduced, but not when it comes to the ranking of the weekly, right? So it doesn't change as much when it comes to the weekly. But before that, we have more surprises for you guys watching at home. Don't forget the Neon Assassin's Power, which are the new cosmetics. This is one of the best because it kind of a mix of traditional sort of a ninja, plus with the cyberpunk feeling. I'm loving this so far.
Oh yeah, we always love new skins, right? Can't wait to see more people actually trying this out, and so that we can, you know, because there's multiple skins to it. So try it out, guys. Play more. Maybe stream the game, and we get to check it out. Actually, how it looks in game. Can't wait for that. But also, wow, I'm loving this one this time. This is the Silver Guru set, which is what a new ultimate set. And comes together with a M416, one of the most popular games in popular weapons in the game. It's available right now, so jump into PUBG Mobile and rule supreme with Silver Guru. This looks very oriental, I must say.
But I'm loving the set. This is like one of my favorite set by far, especially the weapons, the M416, because of how cool it looks. I do wish we get to see in the game, but nonetheless, we have the commemoration for Bruce Lee himself. So have faith in yourself. You know what? From Afro becoming to Bruce Lee, that is you in real life. But I think, Cloud, this is not relatable to you, right? I mean, like...
Yeah, there's only that one other character, but he's not in here.
you mean that's one, the one that actually wearing sunglasses at the back. That's you, I guess.
yeah.
That's you. You need to put on the sweater now. Yeah, but you can't be a prisoner. That's one thing for sure. But also, you guys don't forget to follow us on our socials. Which, if you happen to be in Malaysia, don't forget to follow us in PUBG Mobile MY. Also, we have the PUBG Mobile for YouTube and TikTok as well for the latest update and latest content, just specially for you. So don't forget to check it out for all the other regions as well, because there's so many new names, so many all players in new teams, and also a lot of roster switches, and also a lot of funny stuff happening.
Yeah, but this ain't funny here because we're getting serious as we head into the game. The overview of our format. So we have 20 teams that are divided into 5 groups, and each group will play 4 matches per day. And by the end of this week, which is tomorrow, we will reshuffle again those groups depending on the order of their rankings. And from then onwards, we will decide who will be the top 16 that will be in the grand finals, and there will be bonus points as well for them to collect and be at the forefront.
True, and also when it comes to weekly bonus, when you saw the previous point system, when it comes to the game itself, it changed a bit, but when it comes to the weekly bonus, it's going to be the same as a couple of few seasons back. So it's going to be weekly bonus awarded for each week based on their weekly rankings, and the total bonus point for week 1 and week 2 is going to be 2 weeks this time. Also, it brings forward towards the next in the playoff later, but we do have this time 5 groups to be played.
Oh yeah, we have in Group A, we have Yangon Galacticos, the L Classical team, always shows up at C, and we have KE, G-Lab, and Axis. In Group B, we have SKR, and we have OJS, we have Vipers Clan, and we have SP. And Group C, we have GE, APG, Enigma, and a lot of other teams that we'll go through as we watch the game.
Now we do have FOD, John, which versus KE, the top. I have to say these are the top teams right now. It's so close together when it comes to head-to-head even. But still, John have more when it comes to average elimination if you compare it with the top. But the thing is, the damage is more towards the top side here. It's a bit not justified for the side of the other player. But so far, the ranking we mentioned before, it's a very close neck-to-neck point system so far.
Oh yeah, we have West Point Mamba currently at number 1. They overtook FOD yesterday. FOD was number 1, but West Point Mamba took back the throne, and now they are there. But we have also teams that perform without chicken dinners. We have KE, we have SKR Equal, and we have Enigma up there. But on page 2, where nobody wants to be, we have these teams.
You know, I'm surprised for the fact that Vipers actually got themselves quite a number of chicken, but it's just the consistency didn't work out quite well for them. That landed them up in the second page in the first place. Now, it's really troubling to have, if you place yourself at the bottom 4, because we do know only the top 16 make it, and they don't have much time. We almost wrap things up in the first week here.
Yeah, so they gotta buck up. Yesterday was pretty much like the day that they start to rise. But then again, like what you say, Choo Choo, it's not only about the chicken dinners, it's about being consistent. And this is the recap of our top 3 teams so far. West Point Mamba, 5OD, FOD, also known as 5 of Danger, and we have KE.
I'm loving for the fact for the highlights of all 3 days so far have been quite different for some teams, but West Point Mamba, I have to say the consistency on their side is ridiculous so far. And you know what, I'm looking for the performance today, and definitely when it comes to KE as well, because they have been really great. But Ozja, when it comes to the Sunhawk performance, we're going to head into Sunhawk first, right? So Ozja will be one of the teams that should be looked out to when it comes to this map.
Oh yeah, you gotta be careful with them. This is Sunhawk though, and we'll be only playing Sunhawk once. But other than that, if you notice that FOD and West Point Mamba, they are still there. I wouldn't be surprised if their name pops up in every round. But there's also one very interesting name. Falcon Esports is there. It's just that in the overall charts, still not that hot. Currently at number 13.
It's sort of a middle bracket. This is a team that we should look out to, especially the middle bracket. They have so much motivation to keep it going, because they are the teams that's really gonna have that drive to actually push forward. But for today's matches, we're gonna start with Sanhok with ACDE, and then we're gonna hop into Double Wrangle and Double Mirama, where the first map we won't be looking at Switchpoint, SKR, Ozja, and Vipers will not be playing. So at least for the first map, we won't be looking at names that we've been seeing quite a number of that just now, Cloud. Now, we talk about when it comes to Sanhok, right? Do you have any predictions so far when it comes to Sanhok? We saw how well they were when they are set to map for some teams.
Ooh, Sanhok is always the iffy map, right? So it's pretty interesting. But it's actually kind of hard to tell. But of course, we have to tell the story. I'm gonna pick these three for now. So it's gonna be Axis, Young Nuga, Eagles, and KE for me. Despite Axis Fighter, they're not doing that well. They're at number 19. But like what you said, Chuchu, teams that at the bottom half, they have bigger motivation to do well.
That's kind of true. And also when it comes to KE, yeah, I mean, like, we're both having something in common this time. It's kind of a rare sight, but you know, we have something in common. But we do have a go when it comes to KE. They have been very consistent. For YG though, this is a team that have been there for the longest time when it comes to their organization. But for players wise, it's not, except for Marnet, which we are very familiar with, and also One Sec. The others, I think, it's kind of a fresh, or maybe, you know, haven't been in that sort of a very high tier level of player.
Yeah, sometimes it's all about adapting, right? And plus, this wildcard also introduced a lot of new teams as well. So it's about adapting not only with the new format, and then you have some adjustments inside of Sanhok whereby you can't play the healing game anymore, and then you need to adjust yourself with the team. So that's going to be the big challenge. And we can see that some teams that manage to adjust, especially West Point Mamba, they're doing well despite their first showing at this stage.
I'm surprised actually with WPM or West Point Mamba, because this is a name that's so new, so fresh, but giving so much impact for us for when it comes to our wildcard this time. I'm looking forward for the performance when it comes to the next stage as well as the playoff. Well, we don't want to waste any more time here, because we're less than 10 seconds to start off our day number 4 when it comes to Sanhok in match number 1 of the day.
The one and only Sanhok it is. It is going to be the first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is day 4 of week number 1. Expect a lot of action. Let's go, Chuchu.
Yeah, looking over Chi-Chi, that kind of remind me of Son Goku for no reason. You know what? I still... Do we actually see the Dragon Ball? I think it's supposed to be this year, right?
Oh yeah, thanks for reminding. It's this year, but they
Yeah, it's
never said
supposed...
when.
When? Yeah, that's the thing, because we were looking for if there's like Super Saiyan cosmetics, or even there's like a dragon coming in for sort of an event. Right, that would be super cool. And there's like Frieza, and there's like, what else? Majin Buu. Oh my god!
Oh man, I can imagine the skins will sell like hotcakes for sure.
Oh,
but
yeah.
look at the game. Oh, Chuchu, look at Painan. We have 2 teams inside of Painan.
Yeah, we do have the Axe going over Pine, and with a team there just now. But so far, there's no fires being a warning shot's been open yet. No greeting or first contact by far. It's a bit peaceful. So I guess between the 3 days when we're starting off, they kind of mark themselves the territory not to overbreach the line drawn early on. But so far, haven't got anybody being knocked down yet. So everybody intact. I'm surprised how small Painan is, but no fire being shot yet.
Yeah, Painan is tiny, just divided by that river. But at least the circle is kind of kind. It's on the main peninsula, so it's not like... yesterday we got a half Camp Alpha circle, half Ruin circle. It was terrible for the players.
But it's good for you, right?
Oh yeah! You know we love all those evil circles.
Oh man, but we haven't got that evil yet, right? That extreme evilness inside, you know, when there's like 90% of water or just one small island.
Or maybe our favorite evil circle in Erangel. Just saying.
It's kind of hard to get that in Wrangle. I mean, like, if it happens in Myanmar, that's going to be really miraculous because it's like almost 90% of land you get water. That would be really surprising. But back to a side of bootcamp, there's only KE so far. Nobody trying to actually contest this against them. So I think it's a bit peaceful for now, relatively peaceful. When it comes to Sanhok, you have to bear in mind it might be a bit conservative for the player not to overpush himself or not to push too reckless for the fact that, you know, things are a bit slow when it comes to Sanhok. It's a smaller map, surprising, but it have been happening there like this for ages now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, especially for Painan though. Okay, so now we are looking over Painan. We have APG and TX. Okay, looking at the current circle, so both of these teams will be forced to move. Even during the first circle, that's number one. Number two, there's no way you can share enough resources inside of Painan, so you still need to fight.
Well, they're not fighting, that's for sure.
I know, right?
I'm
so nice
surprised.
today.
Like, why is everybody so nice? Why they're so polite in Wildcard? I mean, like, come on, guys, have a bit of a greeting. Be friendly with friendly fires. But for Falcon, on the other hand, they're just gonna hop over to small compounds instead, trying to find themselves some looting to do. It's the same old PUBG Mobile. You fly, you drop, you loot, and you survive, and that's just it for now when it comes to Sanhok. But the funny thing is, always the Wrangle will be the most massive ones. But Sanhok, on the other hand, it has been very peaceful. I think people are one with the nature these days, so they are more friendly to it, more peaceful towards the greeneries, you know.
I'm going to put out a theory here. I think it's because Choo Choo's around, you know.
Oh.
Everyone tends to behave.
Oh, because I'm being too critics, like too much critics, I might actually call out to them.
No, you just ask your manager. Your manager always behaves when you're around.
That's kind of true, but not really sometimes. You know, when you guys are around, it's not behaving that well, so thanks, guys. But we do have PBE. Raimon just hop over to the side with another vehicle, just going to look over. They're not breaching over, but I'm not sure about Davando from KE. There's no shots fired, and suddenly somebody just falls down.
Bruh. I don't know, he tripped over a stone or something.
That's so sad. It's like,
okay, but
yeah.
Luckily his teammates are there, so just say it.
There are cases where they're not being rescued as well, right? It's like, whatever, man.
Yeah, they'll be like, nope, you're not supposed to do that. Now you're going to learn your lesson. But in this case, like what you say, everyone's being nice because Choo Choo's around.
Oh, that's being too nice. I'm not liking the fact they're being too nice here. But are they even having a bit of a gossip session for KE? Around the stone just now, having a bit of a share of the items and loot so far for Kaya. Trying to move in unison with the rest of the team. We do have 3 teams sharing the same compound here for TX, APG, and as well as H2O. Now, H2O, you remember the days where we do have Kagura? Oh, never mind. Sonic. Take it on Nidu.
Yeah, I know you were going there. We'll talk about that later on. A little bit of a throwback moment. But speaking about throwing, I hope APG doesn't do that. So first blood is going to go to TX with Heng getting it.
Oh man, this is not going great for TX. They've been enclosed in every corner possible. Well, Hank tried to open ways. Teve, on the other hand, down on his knees, been taken down. But look at the DBS working. I mean, like, might as well make all the weapons DBS instead. Everybody just going to use that. Zen kind of stuck in between by H2O. They are hammered down for Team X as APG H2O cornered them in both ways, different angles entirely.
You know what? My wish list is to put back DBS into the airdrop. It's just so overused now.
You know what? I agree. It was first starting off with an airdrop. And now it's like nobody...
When it was in the airdrop, nobody wants to use it.
Yeah, that's the funny part. And now it's everywhere. Look at the entire team of X's fighter just going to use the DBS instead. My goodness me. West Point Mamba and Mars already tried to cook up the net. It's less than 20 meters away between each other. And they tried to cook up the net and toss it over to the other building. And it might not clip so far. But look at how Michi just going to come in from the side and from the flanks as well.
Oh, that nade onto Michi. Luckily he survived that. But Axis, they're opening up the flank. They're sending Amir behind. So one thing interesting about Axis, now that we have a little bit of downtime, they're the most diverse team in our wildcard now. They are not only mixed nationalities, Malaysia and Singapore, but they also have ladies in it.
Oh,
so we see Baby and Chichi.
I'm loving this. I'm loving for the fact there's a lady start to step in and step up when it comes to the gameplay, but wait for it. We have a fake Shroud, not the real in the other states, but yeah, it's going to be Shroud taking over some players there. But still, they're having a bit of a hold and a bit of a stalemate between these two teams. Team X, the X on the other hand. 1v2, this is going to be the real Shroud now. That's going to be the first team to be eliminated by one player only.
Wow, did they fly him all the way from America to come join us? That'll be amazing.
America, yeah, that's the thing though. Is it the real thing? Dun, dun, dun.
I want to know now. Dun, dun. Who knows?
But
Maybe even the player camera, it's like, it's
it'll
not
be really
him,
cool.
but it's him.
It's really cool if it's him. But you know what? I wish we have our C version of it. But that's going to be our C version. But for the next circle, we're going to have a bit centralizing towards the main peninsula, which is going to be on the right side of Boot Camp, around there somewhere. But for BG, this is going to be one of the old OGs as well, the OG OGs that have been seen forever. For APG, I mean, like, Shroud just clutched 1v2 just now, and the Axe, I'm not sure what really happened when it comes to communication. Things can actually can go better, but it's just Shroud, man.
I know, right? But it was TX that started the fight, and it looked like they got the first few knocks, and all of a sudden APG just came back. So, I mean, maybe it's just experience, right? APG has been around for quite a while. We've seen Shroud in previous C leagues as well.
True.
So maybe it's just experience is the differentiator.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, it's a mixture of fresh and new and old blood here, but Wefts from afar. It's going to be, I think it was Marnet, shot him down just now. We do know Marnet. He's such a good player. When it comes to his cross-air, he's hardly whiff stuff. He's like the eye from Marnet is like the eye of the tiger and the eye of the eagles. He's taking on Ichi as well from afar. GE having a bit of a problem to cross over this small hill. But just by one person of Marnet holding the angle so strong, while the others do hover around, maybe Enigma, QB and Speaker being spotted by Romeo Boy because he's been holding that angle for quite some time now.
Yeah, not only them, they seem to be keeping eye onto Enigma as well. So Enigma, for now, they're nice and safe in the shack, but when the circle moves, it will be really interesting. But same goes for GE as well. Right now, I can say that Yahoo Galacticos probably have the best position, arguably.
So far, yes, so far. It depends on the circle still. If a circle hot shift, then you know what? Once upon a time was a good circle, no more to be seen. It's always about that 5% of luck prediction of the circle as well. If you're good at predicting the patterns, you're going to be on top of your form every single round. So Marnet feels like he's experienced enough for that. Look at how he holds these high heels, these small heels, making sure GE couldn't cross over. They just couldn't get through them.
Alright, so now that we have some downtime, so you want to tell your best memory of H2O, but we'll talk about that a little. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But anyway, so looking over at Marnet, Smile is not really smiling at the lower ground of this hill, but everyone's still pretty much fine.
Yeah.
But anyway, APG down to the last two.
It's just like a second of a bit of a brawl, and then like, yeah, we're done for now. We're tired, so yeah.
Yeah, but they're taking out the blue though, so that's pretty. Oh wait, hang on a second. What just happened there? Looks like an easy kill for Easy.
Too easy for him, I guess. Still gonna have a bit of a time to just reset himself, but the blue zone's not waiting for anybody. There's going to be a bit of a problem for teams actually way too far from the center of the circle. You're going to have to wait and see if anybody going to get the center. It's going to be Falcon so far. We will be contented by H2O on top of Quarry. But there's so many teams coming out from the northern side.
So for the benefit of our viewers as well, why I mentioned that Sanhao is unhealable now is because they have increased the damage of the blue zone inside of Sanhao. So teams can no longer play that healing game that they used to, and we used to see previously. And I think that's pretty much like a wish come true, right? Like, we always talk about like, oh, if only they can increase that, so it will make the game a little bit more interesting. So that will also mean that when we go to stage 4 or 5, there will be a lot of eliminations happening.
That's kind of true. I'm still waiting for that something to happen. Nothing seems to happen yet. But we have to wait and see if that's going to happen soon because they're sharing the same compound. But It's a bit shy for them. They're a bit shy to say hello now.
Well,
You know what? You have to agree for the fact that when it comes to Sano, every single player turns a bit shy in the game.
yeah, I still think it's the choo-choo factor, you know. Yeah.
Is it still me?
Yeah,
Am I that too? Oh wait, not too
Oh,
shy.
whoa, whoa,
Moxie
whoa, whoa.
taken down by Shroud again. He's on fire, this guy.
I know, right? All of a sudden, you know what? Every time we want to say, it's like the caster thing. Right? The moment that we say that, okay, they're being nice and all that, or something happens. Like if you don't mention it, that's when they really chill. And there you go. Oh, the kid goes down.
Oh, this is the
that means
Chewy
that
I
APG is
mentioned.
down to the last man.
So this is the Chewy I mentioned, Cloud. Now finally I found him. But for FB, Moxie Roll really need help right now as Goo just gonna go in from the side of Sin and BGB. We do have BG coming in with Michu. Oh, it's all over the place. We're looking at the kill fit, but we're looking at a different team entirely. West Point Mamba start to move as well. PBE, used to known as KHI back then, are going to translate themselves into a different place entirely, transition, where we do have a lot of fire shot by APG. Shroud is just going wild today.
I know, right? I really start to feel that he's the Shroud that we all know of.
Are you sure about that? I'm not so sure about it. Well, but okay. But back to its PBE, yeah.
Now, I was about to ask, like, you want to talk about your best memories of H2O earlier.
Yeah. But so many things happen right now.
I know, right? Okay, we'll talk about that later. Maybe in the bigger map.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Now back to us PBE. I have to say, Ramon actually on the ground bleeding out. Monboy feels like he wants to save his mate here. I do hope he got enough smoke to cover himself because there's an open field, an open road. Well, Game Lab actually waiting on top of a hill for them to actually rush in. But in the meantime, we do know it's none of these teams actually inside of a safe zone. They do need to make a move to get into the safe zone and circle. And they don't have much time either.
Yeah, I really want to know where the circle is right now. I have a feeling that it goes south at the minimap. So that means PBE had to go through like what? G-Lab on the left. And then there's Falcon. And then there's Yango Galacticos. And there's GE on the other side. Oh my goodness, there's just so many teams so close to each other.
It's just so compact right now. It's not too many spaces for this team to share upon. They need to take one out to cut across. But Marnet taking it on Falcon players. And Marnet just finished off. I'm sorry, but your name is Cloud as well.
Ouch.
It's your name, Cloud. I mean, like, if they put up your name, something wrong with their gameplay after that.
We're gonna get Chi to change your name to Choo Choo after this.
I probably
Because-
will, but we're not done with Marnet. Look at how Falcon versus Marnet at the back of this hill, by the way.
Ooh, okay, okay. But APG, oh, I'm surprised that APG still survived, like the both of them.
I just,
Like one of them got knocked, but somehow still alive.
yeah, happily just got hop onto the scooter and just, you know what, it's none of our business here. We just want to get away with it. But for Falcon side, it's going to be a rush coming out from YG going into it. They were the one rushing into YG's territory, and there's going to be Goblin taking out Sundo with a UMP. Chanlone coming up from the backfire and just giving extra support with the DBS as well. And that's going to be spotting up Mon. It's going to be exchange of Falcon. And Nigba happens to be there as well. Oh, what a brawl.
Oh, 1v1, here we go! And Romeo must not die this time. And he will be the one that eliminates Falcon.
Oh, he's not done and dusted yet. Rank it, just toss over a couple of smokes just to make sure he can get himself covered to move forward. We do have KE start to fight against BG in the other hand. Rank it being knocked out entirely. PBE, Raimon have to pick which is his better friend. Damigod will be picked up first while Rankit still crying for help and being shut down 4-on-4, slowly dying out and bleeding out at the same time. G-Lab just keeps it going, but playing it very disciplined as well. They're not overextending themselves throughout that smoke.
Oh, but look at this. The Wrath of the Blue starting to take out players. One player from West Point Mamba currently down. Hopefully he'll be able to up. H2O in the shack. But this is an open area for G and PBE.
Another team eliminated, FOD. This is surprising as they are one of the top teams that we're looking forward today. And it was in your prediction as well, right? Was it? I think so. No, it was mine, I guess. or none of us.
We're not going to take the caster's curse just yet.
Too early for that, huh? KE will be the one that actually taking most of this circle, but we do have Shroud and the kick coming from ABG coming out from the western side. Already tried to dominate on the other hand with BG on the northern side. You do have G-Lab and PBE still struggling to actually push through. Demigod tried to play around the corners, ring around the rosy, toss couple of nades, and that's it! There's going to be a huge winning over the entire team will have access. PBE won that fight.
Okay, I'm going to take that caster's curse. I did access, so better luck next round. Come back here. That's what they always say.
Oh, well, it's not your day, I guess, today. It's just one of those days. But for the sort of Enigma, they already got themselves 5 elimination. This is a team that wants to keep it going. QB trying to spot out the teams beneath them, which are going to be the West Point Mamba, who's kind of stuck in the blue zone as well. I'm not sure if they have enough healing, if they want to play the healing game, but Federalis really needs help of Michi. But the thing is, he's being chased tail to tail by QB and Cooper. But in the meantime, I don't think they have enough time. This is the 5th point of the circle. If he wants to help, it feels like almost impossible.
Yeah, you can't. Considering that now the blue zone damage has been increased for Sanhao, there's no way they can pick up his teammates. So Michi is all alone, but Enigma still knows that he's somewhere around there. And just as we speak about it, he's out.
You know what? It feels like Casa's curse today. I did mention about West Point Mamba early on, so I'm sorry, teams. Today is just not your day, okay? It's a Casa's day. Enigma still stuck behind at the edge of the blue zone with Koopa and QB slowly pushing forward. They have BG and KE to deal with. Not just that, PBE got quite a high ground, but they're not in the circle. They have to cut across BG. Amish, who's already inside of a compound, inside of the building, waiting, because he's the last survivor for the team as well. The moment PBE try to cross over, there's going to be KE waiting on the other end, and they have to deal with BG first. It's better for PBE to take a longer rotation at this point.
Ooh. Hopefully they can find an opening at the southern side, because if they go straight down, well, I would say that MH would have the first view onto them and advantage with the shack. So he'll be able to at least knock one down before the other one comes by. So it's a disadvantage towards PBE. But speaking about this, the kid gets knocked down or finish off knockdown for the second day, leaving one player still active.
Wow. Good luck, have fun, that's all we have to say for now. H2O will be the next one eliminated. Demigod still lingering and lurking around there. But I do have another team being eliminated. It has been a while for GE to stand that long, but they are still trying to hold on for whatever they have. Sin on that has been very quiet since the one that actually didn't have any eliminations yet, and they finally got one and secured themselves one while waiting inside of the center of the circle. Ramon, how can he actually cut across against MH? There's one player across and KE, the entire team there. And we do have Shroud still living, but he's bleeding out by the blue zone as well, if I'm not mistaken. Probably try to play the healing game. But Ramon, I'm not sure that's going to be lasting that much longer for him, as KE Devon takes PBE last player out. We're down to 5, or make it 4 maybe.
Yep, make that. Oh, it's still 5. Burmese Ghost is still around. So here's the circle. Ooh, Enigma has to put the circle. And it's going to be hard for MH. Look at his position. He has to get through E. He has to get through Enigma. It's going to be tough for him. His bet is just to play for placement.
At this point, Enigma feels very strong with the start of KE. We do know KE for a fact that he got himself quite a number of eliminations, same goes for Enigma. But for Sin, they haven't secured enough elimination to be pushing their ranks when it comes to overall rankings. But for BG, where Amhish standing still in between, it's going to be KE closing in as well, but still survive. One more team eliminated, we're down to 3. Now Amhish against the wall, never mind, just got eliminated as well with no eliminations here. It's going to be 4v4 for KE fighting against head-to-head with Enigma.
Okay, I'm not going to call it yet, but I did pick KE, just saying.
We both did.
But now they have to go up against Enigma. Just say. Oh, no, be careful. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Cooper now going in with a caps Cooking up the nade, less than 20 meters away. Sean gonna pay, got down straight away by QB from afar and just gonna heal it up. Caps gonna push forward. Cooper caught red-handed by KE. It's gonna be really close, guys. It's 2v3 right now. Caps pushing forward, UMP, and it's gonna be Enigma winning that fight. That was what a hectic last minute.
I know, right? And took it hard and fast against KE towards the end. And they finish up the Enigma from Philippines, securing the first chicken dinner for today. And Enigma, they are current. The last we saw them, they are at number 5. And with this chicken dinner, they could push themselves up to a top 3 finish, maybe.
I mean, like, if they just keep this going for the entire day, I'm not surprised if they can just maintain number 1 spot here. Caps, QB, Cooper, and Spooky. And also they have another player called Keller. So these players, we saw how Caps and QB has been holding the angle so well. And Caps, though, you just push forward in the last minute. There's nothing else to lose. You know what? The worst case scenario, we're going to end up second. But still, we have to give this guy credit. 6 eliminations with 500 over damage. That's not justifying, but it's more than enough. And also 24% of contribution. He did tank quite a damage, 148 as well. So if he did actually push in the last minute forward, I doubt they actually can secure this chicken dinner.
Ooh, yes, and Caps definitely capping it off. 6 elimination points, the MVP for this round. And if we talk about Enigma, this is actually their first chicken dinner in the tournament so far, so they're open count.
Oh, finally! They are the team that really don't need the chicken, right? They're the type of team that's really aggressive enough. We don't care about chicken. The chicken is just a bonus to us. But this time they secure it and seal it right away. With KE really close of getting it as well. APJ and BG, when it comes to traveling distance, especially BG, you have to give credit to them. They have been traveling the entire map so far.
Yeah. Despite it being a small map, but perhaps from the drop spot, or they decided to take a long rotation because of maybe a lot of teams right in front of them, made the right decision. At least you got into the top 4 finish. Not too bad at the end of the day. If you can't get elimination points, you get placement points, it's not that bad. So it's alright.
Yep, when it comes to... But these days, if you guys still haven't got a clue, there's only 10 points for chicken. So that's why I said chicken dinner is sort of a bonus only. For these guys, elimination points is way more important. Because KE, if you compare, their elimination points is actually a bit more than Enigma. Just because of that chicken dinner difference, it's quite a difference still. But it's just not stretching so far when it comes to the match point in between these two teams. There's like 3 points gap in different. But the other teams, though, gonna be having a hard time because how Enigma and KE just wipe off everyone in the map.
Oh, yeah, that's like what? If I KE and Enigma, that's like 29 eliminations. That's a lot. KE going up to second place. No chicken, no problem for them. Enigma, on the other hand, top 3. But, of course, let's see. Did I play earlier on? I don't think so. No, they didn't play.
They did play, but they got eliminated quite early.
Sliding down.
So far, they stayed taking number 1. But if they keep this going, anytime, anything, we do know at KE and Enigma, they are on fire today. So they're not stopping. So I have a feeling they have to jump up to their best performance when it comes to the next few maps.
Yep, welcome to the 3-digit club, ladies and gentlemen. And on pitch number 2, well... Come on, Nexus, you can do it! Most diverse team in the tournament.
For Switch Point, also, they garnered themselves 4 points. They're bottom right now. But for BG, PB, and TX, or the Axe team, the team's actually on the second place. Basically, whoever not hitting the 3-digit club, they have to worry about themselves right now. They have to do something about it. Be more aggressive.
Yeah, aggressive is definitely the key word in this tournament. Like what you said, right? Elimination points is going to be important. We saw the top 2 teams that got a lot of points. Majority of it is from elimination points. So everybody just needs to be on point when it comes to shooting, basically.
Not worth thing. Now, we did got our prediction the previous map, which I did KE. You did KE, but I think I did Enigma. Did you do Enigma? I don't think you did.
No, I didn't do Enigma.
Now let's jump our prediction for the second one. Now, who do you think will get in the second one then?
Ooh, okay. Second one. What was our prediction again?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna go
Yeah.
all the way.
Grr, Ojas and Vuprs.
Okay, so
5%.
Ozja, I'm loving the fact how Ozja has been performing these days as well, and Vipers kind of stuck in between now. I still believe in West Point Mamba. They're still number one, but I have a feeling they have to push themselves up for the next one. AV, on the other hand, I mean, like they are hot and cold team, right? Sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're not. But for KE, they're very consistent.
Yeah, KE, very consistent. Not going to lie about that. Point Mamba as well. Not going to lie about that. I'm liking your pick for Flash Vision. Despite it, of course, a totally different lineup, but the brand of Flash Vision, this is arguably their best performance far, even if we compare with previous PMPLs.
And that's kind of true. But I'm loving the fact that a lot of World Cup teams actually have been stepping up their game as well. But for you guys watching at home, don't forget to actually follow us in our fan page, our latest updates and everything there is. Don't forget to follow your respective region. There's PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile MY, PUBG Mobile Malaysia, PUBG Mobile.esports.sg for TikTok. So be sure you guys tag us as well when it comes to the latest contender you have yourself. But speaking of which, that was the previous stat just now. But for Wrangle, sorry, we're gonna jump back into the Wrangle stats. I'm still confused sometimes, so just give it away, okay? So for our Wrangle performance, which is gonna be the next one, and we're starting off with YG, KE, SKR, and FVE. Now, we talked about KE quite a lot. I think it's so much, but SKR, we weren't looking at them in the previous match.
Oh, yeah. And actually, even before this round started, SKR, they were at number 4. And for SKR, okay, they are one of those teams that still no chicken, no problem. Maybe that's why they haven't got big highlights just yet. But hey, you got to give it to them. They don't need the chicken to be up there.
Yeah, when it comes to a Wrangle, just now how Cloud mentioned, it's going to be their map without Group C playing, which is going to be Enigma, H2O, GE, and APG will not be in here. We're going to hop over to our first Wrangle of the day, the first one, because we got double Wrangle, while we still have Group A playing. Now, we do have Group A, which is going to be interesting, G-Lab, Axis, KE, and YG. Now, I do want to see, like you mentioned before, Axis to actually perform better. What went wrong for them? What's lacking, in your opinion, Cloud?
Oh man. Okay, so one thing about Axis is that when they played the PMNC Singapore, they had a different lineup, and now playing a different lineup. So only, I think at least 2 played, and the rest of it was a change. So maybe that kind of affected their chemistry at moment too. So it's just about getting the right chemistry for the outcomes.
Yeah, you know what? Well, we talked about this when there's a player swap, like, even though it's just one player, it's going to change the dynamic of the entire team, right? Like, example, you have a group of friends, and suddenly you have this one friend being kicked out or being subbed or being benched out, and then there's another new friend coming in. You feel like, can we talk to this friend? Or can we believe him? You know, that kind of feeling. And at the same time, being the new player into the new roster kind of gives you on edge, where you feel like, is it okay for me to make a call? It gives you so many anxiety and, you know, feeling of a doubt. Like, do you fit in? Am I the outsider here? Or that kind of feeling. So I hope they actually get that chemistry together, because they don't have that much time anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the clock is out, right? Week 1 and then week 2. Like, if in previous edition of the MPL, you have like 3 weeks. So you have like a little bit more time for you to do that comeback. But with only 2 weeks, and then the bottom 4 will get eliminated, there's no excuse. Like, you have to get it from the start.
Yeah, I hope they get things right, because we saw how aggressive these guys can get. I'm loving for the fact that I was hoping there would be some sort of a new point system coming from PL example, right? Where you have extra points when you're being eliminated or eliminating teams that are early on in the first. How was it? First 2 circles, was it? If I'm not mistaken, you get an extra point with that. So far it hasn't been implemented. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case soon. But with reduction of that chicken dinner, it feels like the players, like it or not, they have to move out from their comfort zone. They have to find eliminations, like it or not, because the point from the chicken dinner will not be enough to compensate their loss.
Yeah, it will not. It's even more punishing if you get eliminated early this time because you won't get any placement points. So that's where they need to farm those eliminations. In like the previous point system, we did see that for teams to at least get something, even if they get eliminated early on, at least they try. And if they get a couple of points, that's way better than a lot of teams that don't try, you just get eliminated early and you don't get anything at all.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, there's nothing else to lose, right? You know what? I noticed that most of the pro players, they have sort of this mind block, or the only thing that kind of stop the players to actually move forward or advance or progress in terms of their gameplay. Usually it's just their own self, their own mindset about overthinking. It's always the problem with overthinking, if you notice. Everybody's like, are we going? Or something, because of the overthinking, they kind of separate themselves into their formation to two, splitting into two, making it too far for them to reach from each other. And that's always the case when the tense or the situation is too much of a hypertension for them, is too high.
Yeah, it's the hesitation, right? Like,
Yeah.
you have the skills, you have the ability, you have to train it, but when execution, the moment you start to hesitate, and it's a team game, so when you start to hesitate, like one person starts to hesitate, that's what, 25% of the team down. You kind of think about it.
It's
So
always
everyone
about
needs
the
to be on the
mental.
same page, the same bar. Yeah, it's the mental strength.
Just practice PMA, guys. Positive mental attitude.
Wow, somebody got a new tagline.
I mean, like, that's something that we know these days. In the end of the day, starting off with that player themselves, do they believe in themselves? Do they trust enough with their teammates to actually make a call? Because the thing that I realized between some players, especially like one of the toughest region we talked about when it comes to PUBG Mobile, right? It's gonna be coming up from Thai teams. So Thai teams, I'm surprised how reactive and how much of a response you can get when it comes to if you play along with them. They talk so much. It's okay to over communicate than under communicate at the same time.
Yeah, speaking about the Thai teams, they did have a very interesting transfer. All of a sudden, we're talking a little bit more about
Different
the
region in
different
Thailand.
scenes, right? I mean, well, we have before the next round, so why not, right? So,
Yeah. And you
so
talk.
Vampire Esports.
Yeah, wait for it.
Yeah.
Before we go
Alright,
into Thai,
okay,
you're
yeah.
talking about H2O again. So just we got the time in.
Okay. So you wanted to do a throwback on H2O?
Oh, why not? Let's go for
Okay.
it.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean,
Okay.
like, back then we had Kagura, right?
Yeah.
What happened? to
Kagura.
Kagura?
Well, the last time I spoke to him after PMPL Season 1, he was in military service. I don't know if he's done with that yet. Obviously, if you're doing that, you have limitations in terms of communication. But I'm not sure if he's done with that yet. I do miss it though, now that you mentioned it.
Yeah, it's been a while because we remember H2O, like they always loved swimming back then in the days. They always took the water route and they always took themselves in a cruiser, right? And they're living up to the name with H2O. Are we having the same H2O this time around, or we're gonna have a different one entirely? And they're okay with that water this time.
I have another fond memory about H2O. Remember the PMPL qualify for Season 1?
Yeah.
They were the team that 4 people in one car in Myanmar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that got blown up, right?
And then go down.
Oh man, those days. I remember that was in Miramar, right? There's so many problems, including FB that time. They almost did the same thing as well. Like Miramar, when it comes to driving skills, it's like cars flipping the whole entire map. Hopefully they got their license right this time.
Yeah, and it was FV. They always got their car stuff flipped over and everything else. Yeah, but this time around, it's a new FV. Look at them. They are doing fairly well, I must say.
Yep, I agree. In fact, that they have been improving. There's so much progress when it comes to the players. I just, you know what? When it comes to Sunhome just now, just to review back, they're so quiet, but it feels like so fast in the 5th phase of the circle. Maybe one of the many reasons how much damage of the blue zone taking into play when it comes to these days in Sunhome. I do hope when it comes to Wrangler, it's a bit more action-packed because it's one of the maps that every single player is so comfortable with, right?
Yeah, it is, right? So, But looking at the next map, we will be to Erangel. So
No,
a
I'll
little
wait.
bit
I'm
of a
just
recap.
gonna push again.
Okay,
that
yeah, might
cusp
as well. Might
prediction.
as well.
Might as well.
Might as well. Might as well. Since you have the almighty power today. Well, yesterday's Erangel was let's see. The first one was outside of Potiki Circle, and the second one was Milta Circle. Milta Circle was kind of fun.
It's
But,
always
I
fun.
wish that we get the military base circle again. Aha.
I never get to cast military base circle. You know how much the
Yeah.
game hates me. It's always the last few days they finally give me the SMB circle, but we never get Zaki. That's one thing. That's never gonna happen.
Yeah, it's just like my love life, right? It's gonna happen. So the day
Zaki's like-
Zaki happens, I'm done.
We've seen Kamishki, but Zaki exists just for the sake of its name. That's it. It's not even gonna be for the circle. It's like the circle don't even read Zaki in the first place, like non-existent. But we've seen a lot of, farm Milta shadow, the Medusa intersection sort of a circle. That's quite a number. But I love the fact that we do have, but so rare to have a bridge circle again.
Oh yeah, those moments as well. Because it's like so claustrophobic. There's so little space. And then if you remember, there was those moments where someone would be swimming under the bridge. Someone would be on top. Oh yeah, that's fun.
But the bridge rework, I mean, like, there's been forever for the patch, and also it's been a while we've seen somebody do a road block with the vehicles. There's no art of the road block anymore, you know.
Yeah, that's still doable though. Otherwise, they don't do that again.
Because they got the ramps around the bridge now, so it's kind of, even though you block, people still can run, but you can still block the ramp with motorbikes if you want to.
Yeah, if you want to be naughty, you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, like, it'll be fun, right? To see, like, if there's nothing else while waiting, might as well take a couple of vehicles, just block it out. So easy for us to say, you've got nothing else to lose here. But for the players, they're playing for the stake of everything. So
Yeah, for everything. Like, just go all out. Just do it. When was the last time we saw that? Like PMCO?
no, it did happen in PMPL back then, but it was just like once or twice. And that was, I think, was it an Indonesian team? I think it was a PMPL SEA back then. And one Indonesian team did that just for the sake of fun of it. And I think that was during the last few days of the Grand Finals, or even the league as well, because it's just, there's not much of change you can do when it comes to only last few of games, right?
Yeah, so those were the moments where they'll be like, you know what? We got nothing to lose. We might as well do some fun. Give ourselves some highlight moments. Somebody will clip it, make fun of. We get some marketing. Why not?
Auto content.
Yeah, auto content. Right. But speaking about
Yeah.
content, don't forget
Yeah.
to follow PUBG Mobile social media, by the way. Ours is
True. Yeah, ours, in case you don't know, ours, you can search it out. I'm
Yeah.
and that's gonna say Cloud. That's gonna be our tag at the ad thing. You just can find us everywhere. We're there for you. Maybe some of the time, not all the time. We need to sleep as well. But speaking of the game for Erangel, now do you have any team in particular that you feel like still not pushing their potential at most when it comes to this map itself?
Ooh, okay. So, aside from the ones that we predicted, right? So, I would say Sin. I think Sin looked potential. Like, there were moments where they got chicken dinner, and then the next game not so great. So it's like what you say, right? About consistency and all that. They have potential, but consistency is still a little bit deep for them.
I feel like they are very good when it comes to rotation. It feels like they were once upon a time like how GigFan plays, right? Their main objective, or their primary objective, will be prioritizing over their rotation first instead of the eliminations. I think that's a good idea to get into first when it comes to the first week of the PMPL Wildcard SEA. But when it comes to the second week, you have to bump up your gameplay as well, as we move straight into our game here right now with our match number 2. Straight line from the side of a western point to the eastern of a Milta Power.
Oh yeah, let's go! At least this flight is kind of okay. It's kind. A lot of teams can get to their regular drop spots. All right. Minimal clashes of trying to get vehicles. That's pretty nice. It's a nice one. But what's going to be important of a circle? Come on, military base circle. Let's go.
No, trust me, whenever I cast, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. I don't know why. It's like the SMB just hates me when I'm around. You know, you guys always got it when I'm not around, so maybe that's gonna happen when I'm not casting. So, but oh, if it happens to be Zaki, I mean, like, that's gonna be the first Zaki ever. Never we've seen Zaki.
Never since, like, what you name it, PMCO, PMNC, or whatever, PMSL, you name it. Zaki doesn't exist. You might as well cut off Zaki and it's still the same.
Yeah, make it the entire region as Joker Pool anyways. But I don't think even that happens in the normal games, right? Nobody's seen Zaki ever. But it's gonna be a very generous circle on top of the Gatka fields as well. So we might actually have a lot of skirmishes in the 3rd to the 4th phase of the circle when they're trying to cross the Gatka field, maybe on top of Pochinki, or those coming up from hospital in Jogopol, right on the Gatka mountains. But speaking of the Gatka mountains, this is going to be a good place for them to park themselves or camp themselves on for that Gatka mountains, because based on this circle, that's going to be a free farming point.
Yeah, I agree. Gatka Mountain will be one of the hot spots. I expect to see at least one team. I hope another team try to challenge, so at least we get some excitement fairly early on. Let's see if that happens with this team. So far, we haven't really got that Gatka mountain kind of ish circle, so we don't know which team would really want to go for it yet.
Well, usually it's hard to get that sort of a circle, but for first few phases, if you're waiting for people to transition to center of circle, which usually is going to be Gatka field, to climb down a mountain, if you got the timing right, but like before 30 seconds, the blue zone closing, and I think it's more than enough time to actually secure some of the safe zone, just use it as a temporary checkout for the teams that actually form eliminations here. But for FOD, they're taking this easy. We did saw Easy taking a couple of easy shots in the previous match, but this time will it be easy enough for him to actually do a couple of clutches here?
Yeah, FOD, they lost that one spot. Oh, but hang on. So it looks like it's good with G-Lab opening the account, picking out Hang. But is it like what? That's like a long range shot. Hang has no one around to hang out with him.
Yeah, there's around 100 meters away, 100 meters apart, but I'm surprised how G-Lab can actually score that one out from that far and that particular angle, because if you look at this, there's so many corners to play against. But Sonic and the rest of the team with an AKM in his hand already start to push forward and try to save their mate. We do have another player just now trying to save his friend. While we're looking over West Mamba, which is very peaceful, we're just going to leave whatever chaotic session we had early on. And never mind, we got it back. Scotty, the Bison, taking on Dragon. I think TX just miscalculated this heavily, and it's really detrimental for them.
Oh no, not good for TX. Let's not forget, they were the first team to be eliminated in Sandhawk. Hang is somehow still alive. He got picked up, but his chances not looking good. Level 1 helmet with 20% of health, no first aids. He's not gonna get out of this.
Did he see through that smoke just now? He saw a silhouette of a human being, of a player. I think it was Newbie who just crouched in front of him. But Hang taking a one-on-one versus Newbie. But Scotty coming out from the other end. Dragon just gonna finish things off. It's gonna be Hang being eliminated. TX, I'm not sure if they have enough player to survive to the end of it. I think it remains with only one last player. He got 3 down just now. 3 eliminations straight in the bag of G-Lab. That's going to be a huge bonus and Thanksgiving Day for them.
Yeah, good eye by Scotty there, if you know what I mean. To take him out.
Oh my god, Cloud.
Yes, we're coming back. Puns, ladies and gentlemen. You know. That's what they say.
If you know, you know. No, it's supposed to be if you know, you know lah.
Yeah lah, if you know, you know. Hiya.
Okay, Fairy Pier. It's gonna be SP, the bear, taking over this pier side. We do have Paulie on the other end. I'm not sure where are the other teams though. We haven't got a clue about that circle yet. Still got time for them to actually loot up. Whoever actually being separated too early on and happens to be sharing the same compound with another team, I have to say they are risking their life just like how Hang. I don't know just now. I mean like the axe, if Hang not being knocked down, I think the entire team still might be surviving still. Not pointing fingers, but they need to save him, yes. But that cost the entire team so much at all.
Yeah, you'll be reflecting that and you'll be like, is it worth it? Or you should just let him go, right? So those are some of the things that, so when they look back at the footage, they'll be like, oh man, maybe we should have just let him go. And if we still play as a trio, it's not as bad as now. They only have a player and he can hardly do anything except to survive.
That's kind of true. Sometimes, yeah, friendship's cool. But too much at stake for that friendship right now.
Yeah. You mix with the wrong friends, they say.
Yeah, wrong circle of friends.
Mm.
V, is it gonna be this? Is it gonna be the same case like Hang now, as Ranger kind of spread out quite thin, almost 200 meters apart, with Moxie, Chewy, and Roll? Now, is this the same Chewy that I mentioned earlier before, Cloud?
Now I'm wondering that. I don't recall him playing yesterday, or maybe kind of missed it because there were many things happening yesterday. But possible. I don't know another Chewy, to be honest.
I do know
Chewy
this
from
guy's
Brunei.
Moxie. Feels very familiar. I think he's a friend of ours, right?
Moxie, yeah. So Moxie played in previous PMPLs. Under a different team. I don't recall which one, but it's under one of those Singapore teams.
Well,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to wait
That's
and
the
see
best
then.
history lesson I can give. Yeah.
That's true, that's true. But it's a bit peaceful here on the side of FV. I think our observers love peacefulness, you know. He's a very peaceful man. So it's always the peacefulness he's giving us. I'm loving this. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
observer.
See, it's because Choo Choo's around, you know. Like, yeah. Yesterday there was a lot of action from the start, but because Choo Choo's around, it's like, hey, let's behave, just like the manager, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Pretend and behave.
Yeah, I'm backing him up. Like we have
It's
full code.
Yeah, hit him later so he can buy you dinner or lunch, you know. I don't know if you can make time for dinner because we might ended up, well, all the restaurant closed. I do have a good place here, Cloud, to invite you over for us to eat some good dinner or lunch. Maybe in the future I'm going to buy you some. It's a really good place. Yeah.
But I remember you did talk about, like, you know, you have that open space just in front of your house.
Oh,
to do a
wow,
barbecue.
everybody going to come over to do barbecue in my place now?
Yeah, let's do a potluck barbecue.
But what's barbecuing is going to be the west side of a map where we look at how concentrated the pool is. And the circle just shrinks even further. And look at how many teams coming up from the western side. I think it's around 6 or 7. I do have the Vipers, Rain and DJ. Also, I don't know where is the last player coming from Vipers are. But KE on the other hand has been very proactive. We do have a visitor coming up from behind. It's going to be Ranger knocking on that door. Oh, Ranger walks straight into the lair. Here comes Mox there as well. With DBS in hand. My God, where is this going?
Oh, but Mox, he got traded back. But Rangers there with the DBSs, at least 2 DBSs. Oh, we have the boss now. The long range shot to Chewy down to 50% health. Chewy's in trouble. But that one is actually the last right now. But Boy Shot. Oh, Boy Shot still around too. We can get back up. But that's 50-50. The nade will finish off Kaya. And that nade by will it land? Will it be a nade? That will eliminate them. Looks like it won't be the case.
It didn't go through that window. If only it actually go through that window, it's going to be a perfect nade for the entire team. It actually does, but it's just overcooked for a bit. Just 2 seconds overcooked for the side of Sean. And now Sean tossing another one. It's changing nade, but he got hit quite a lot. YG happened to coming in from behind. Monet Loki, Sando, and WT visiting FV coming up from behind. Now, this is the time KE can build this one if they want to. They are losing more men than they can count. It's best to build this one out and let FV deal with whatever that is coming in from behind, which is going to be YG.
That would be a great idea, but I'm looking at if the vehicle is nearby them. I don't see it, so maybe that's why they can't run away.
It feels like they're being forced to take this fight anyways. It's going to be a bit of a brawl between Sean and also Devon. But they got vehicle between the smokers. It's going to be a Dacia they hop into. Just going to wee away, bye! And it's going to be FV left alone and a bit sad. Because even YG don't want to be friends with FV anymore. Never mind, they do. Look at Chewy.
Oh, yeah. Spoken there. Chewy went down. So, unfortunate for that decision. That also means that Raul will come back, rendezvous with his teammates. But a good move there by YG, just stealing that elimination point away.
That's a very smart move. I mean, like, why do you want to waste your resources too much? You have to invest just a little amount of it to get that 1 point of elimination. And all that matters, who finishes that eliminations in the first place. It's like down to the execution. Now, KE kind of stuck in an ordeal right now. They have to get out from here. But I'm not sure why they're not hopping out. Because they're kind of hesitant. When it comes to YG position just now, they saw the entire team moving out from that compound towards another place. They were worried if they would be under their target the moment they hop into that Dacia. But the thing is, they don't have enough men to deal with FV at the moment. But looking back into the circle, well, the one that actually having a very good rotation is going to be Axis. I haven't seen anything from Sin yet. They have been very quiet, but might be greeted by West Point Mamba.
Yeah, and speaking about rotations, Burmese goals rotating as well. The Burmese goals, if you kind of think about it, they are a legendary esports brand in Southeast Asia.
True.
But in the PL so far, not doing that well. So hopefully they'll be able to sort that out.
Especially Edward, one of the veteran players as well. But Michi taking on John, FOD. Surprisingly, I thought it's going to be Sin fighting on the other end, but it's going to be a different team entirely. BG want to climb across and then abandon church, but the thing is, they have to reposition themselves. They can't see switch point. They got one. Mura getting on Poli. Edward make a big U-turn and start to push in again. He saw one knockdown. He's seeing an entry point. He's going to be entry fragger for the team. Edward is going in solo.
He's going!
UMP finishing off. Jigsaw waiting. The Bam Panda trying to find out what. Here comes the entire cavalry of BG joining in with a flying car.
Oh, let go. I was a little bit worried there that Edward went in alone, but now backup has arrived. Edward, looks like they managed to take down Jigsaw. And Dabe running away. The smartest move. The smartest move for you.
This is where you know that your friends are not really important right now. Just leave Jigsaw away. But we do have another visitor. Ranked happened to passing by. Jigsaw taken away by Federales from West Point Mamba from afar. Stealing away whatever Edward have been pouring his sweat and tears into. But maybe the next one will be the victim. Coming up from Michi, West Point Mamba. Entirely different angle. Off angle. And that just keep it going. West Point Mamba has been taking such a good angle to cover that certain area so well.
Yeah, West Point Mamba, very good. Oh, but hang that moment. Looks like PBE wants something out of this, but it they're kind of 50-50. Like, they want to go, they don't want to go. But we can scout it, it's just like looking around, but at the end of the day, nah, looks like they're not going to take the risk.
It's too much of smoke and too much at risk. They can't pinpoint the position of the player just now. It's best to actually play a bit more safe because they saw there's another team, WPM, on the other end. So they're not sure if the moment they step into the abandoned church for the PBE team, it might actually risking the entire team there. So it's actually a wise move what they did just now. But for the side of FOD though, they're losing a lot of men here. They're just going to play a bit of safe play so far along the slopes of a hill, just around the ledges. We're losing one man at the moment. They don't have any elimination points just yet. The one that's getting quite a number of eliminations is going to be G-Lab with 4 eliminations, the highest by far.
Wow, where did that 4 elimination came from? I don't think we managed to see action from them, but hopefully we'll be able to see more later on. But the circle just shifted, and that means that West Point Mamba needs to move together with Burmese goals, and there's another team just right behind them inside of 30 seconds, not a lot of time. We can see West Point Mamba making their move.
But for YG, they're not happy with whatever vehicles just passed through them. But we do see BG taking the West Point Mamba head on. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but West Point Mamba has been gone at quite a number of eliminations from where they stand. But right now they have a new contender. They're just crossing over, tried to transition themselves and got caught in between. Federalis on the ground, but they couldn't save it. Michi have to save his own life right now. Have to care for himself, have to sacrifice. Federalis on the process of transitioning. YG just happens to be there, and there's one more team right across them. It's going to be KE versus Osja next. Devon, I think this is going to be last player for KE for now.
Yeah, Devon is the last player, so big expectation for him to take out the rest of Ojas. Nate tossed on to the other side. Will it land? No, it will not, but he's going in. He's going in with the Thompson. 20 minutes time. Yes, he will crossfire, and Devon gets those points on the book for KE.
He is a solo man army, clutching all the way the entire team by himself. Oh, Devon, what else can you do? He doesn't have any first aids yet. Only a couple of band-aids to work with, but the entire team was SKR coming in. Marcos, Yahiko. And also Exit coming up from No T4K. It's going to be encircling him, the Devon. He's stuck in the corner now. You have to figure out he got enough smoke or not to get out from this compound. It just flee from the scene. G-Lab still maintain at 4 eliminations. Maintain at 3 players, 1 knockdown. But Marcos kicking up the nade. Tossing around that smokes for Devon. He's trying to survive here. I'm not sure if he can make it out.
If he can clutch, I'm going to ask him to change his name to Defy. But anyway, let's see if we can do it. He's starting off with Marcos first. Nate will not land. Devon still survives, so only has bandages. That's why we can see that his health is super duper low. But now they have information. The last man standing 40% of health. They're going to go all in for him.
Oh man, for that one man, so many eyes. 8 players chasing out that one. That V-Final finish things off from the backhand. Oh man, so much invested for that one player. That's high value player. You have to give him credit for that.
Yeah, gotta give it to him though. Yeah, he managed to get elimination points for KE. So to me, he's still like the MVP for KE. Number 13 didn't get much this time. That means that their number 12 very shaky.
Yeah. At least they got a good start just now. Just need to set the tone for the next couple of rounds. But before the side of PBE ranked, we're just trying to save his mate here. BG on the other hand. MH, always the last surviving members. But this time we got more men to work with. We do have the next circle rotations, which is going to be, I think, the southern part of Ruins, a bit southwest of it. We do have FOD taking the center, almost the center, with WPM only a must left. I'm not sure what happened to West Point Mamba. They were brawling quite a number. Of all the elimination, they tried to get themselves no sticking into other people's business just now. Landing with only 1 elimination and remain with only 1 last survivor. It's really going to hurt them quite a number of time. But YG still keep it going.
Oh yeah, they just took out Chinlo for... And that could be their entry point into the circle. Now still on the outside. 10 seconds on the clock. But look at the amount of teams. Look at the southern side. We have Sin, Falcon.
Sin has been quiet for quite a bit. Lanju and Ju. Nandru. Falcon, D2Y. Feels like you want to toss over the smoke just to make sure they can exit out. I don't feel like Falcon want to push this one now. Sin has actually tried to challenge them, but they're not willing to leave their position yet or their post. Back to the side of Andrew. Andrew. AV223K. Why are the names so hard to pronounce, but it's okay. Sin. It's so hard to move these guys with so many numbers.
Alright, players, please do not torture us casters, alright? With your names. But cool. Looking cool getting the knockdown to Marnet. Dabe will be down by Rain. Morboy taken out by WT. What's happening here? YG against E. Let's go.
Happened to be in the crossfire and YG didn't see that. PB is waiting on the other end, being rushed in there. Marnet bleeding on the ground. I don't think YG wants to save him in the shortest amount of time. Looking over PBE, they heard the footsteps, they heard the gunshot just now. BG feels like MH want to go for it, but Sin, the one's taking the right foot out, is going straight into whatever fighting right now. Gua drop is actually going on the knockdown. YG Sando still standing, trying to save Marnet in the turmoil. But Sando can actually do it. It's too far apart between themselves.
And he's alone, so if he goes out, that's it. Instead to back him up. PB feels like there's somebody behind him, but to them looks like it's not going to be able. They ran focus on getting to the circle, plus they are still a full squad. And we can see teams dropping flags. We are already at the top 11.
And not done and dusted yet. Vipers closing into Falcon. Falcon is not widespread as how Vipers are. I do prefer Vipers positioning if you compare it with what Falcon have to offer. But PB is watching over to DBS. I don't think DBS work if you're further than 20 meters apart. MH giving away his position by putting up that smoke. But Spade taking on with one grenade just now. You do have West Pomamba last player at the back line. Same goes for Switch Point Panda. A lot of solo players, including MH. It's not great if they happen to be stuck in the middle.
Ooh, in the middle might be the place where a lot of teams might want to get. So that's where they need to be prepared to defend it. Vipers just next to Falcon. At the same time, we can see that Red Kid getting one for himself, Joseph. Now Vipers, okay, this is the defining moment. The circle. Little bit of a hardship to the southern side. Look at the amount of teams on the northern side will need to fight.
But the thing is, the teams coming up, Access, we're talking about FOD. Well, I have a feeling two teams coming from the north will survive this one. And the one that actually in the center is going to be the solo players. They're going to be a bit of a task for them to survive the entire team of 8 players coming into their fray there. But for Falcon, still not done with Vipers. A lot of resources been dropped down, including their smokes and grenades. And a couple of the players being knocked down already. But Vipers slowly pushing with the Bison and also UMP, which need a reload. And Rain keep on pushing forward. Look at him, DP28 by Spade. Slowly giving support from behind. Goblin will be the front line here. They might spot him out. The smokes, the Molotov been dropped. And it's going to be Vipers taking the Rain. They are dominating here. There's no way they're standing down.
Oh, let's go. And they're not done yet, but the nade from Andrew the Chen lowering it down to get a big Goblin as well. 1 nade for 2. But Vipers, they still supreme overall. Still 2 players alive and they can pick up their teammate. There's still, it's not time. No, the zone is closing in.
Oh, there's no time anymore. They're still crawling on their knees. They need to get up, but they don't have enough time. We're talking about 6 circle here. There's no way it's going to be that forgiving anymore. Vipers still survive with 2 players, 1 knockdown. They need to revive, but they are quite close in the blue zone. FOD are taking an AWM, if I'm not mistaken. Fighting against Vipers from afar. Access stuck in between now. Chi-Chi and Baby. How to get out from here? They're a bit cautious about trying to peek over the other end, but they are at the edge of the circle. Still can survive. But I have to make sure they're not being discovered. And the circle just shrinks even further. They don't have that much time. Less than 2 minutes away. They need to make a move now.
Ooh, they need to move. They need to move. They're still on the outside of the circle, but look at who's there though. Panda could be the surprise. It doesn't feel like those teams, they know that they're there. So if they move in without knowing that he's there, they could shoot them down. Think about shooting down. Looks like FOD. 5 elimination points so far, doing well, but they only have 3 players alive.
Down to 6 teams only. Very close enough. We have 1 player being eliminated. I have high chance feeling like it's going to be the YGSP or Vipers who remains with 1 solo player. One of these teams have to hold on to whatever half of a threat they have to keep it hanging. Chi-Chi and Axis, Baby want to push forward towards Panda, and Panda can read out their footsteps just now. How the smoke's been opened up right across, and Panda already prepared himself with a grenade, trying to toss over if they happen to cross. But Joseph, on the other hand, from FOD, too far apart. Panda! Easy, taking it so easy. Switch point, plays himself at 6th place.
Yeah, Panda not able to show his kung fu. Fortunately, he's eliminated. And speaking of elimination, Vipers is out as well with 6 elimination points at 5th place. And now we're down to 4 teams. Joseph will be picked up by Nang. But at the same time, Easy is being cover backup from afar. But Axis on the other, unchallenged so far, but they seem to have revealed their location to FOD.
Easy. Things are not easy at all for him right now. We do have SKR in the open field, but I'm not sure if we're going to have the last circle there. If we're looking over right now, it feels like the circle might hard shift towards ASKR for all the times that they can have, how spread they are on the western side. But eastern side is quite hectic. Sando still remain there as a solo player. Nobody spot him just yet.
Ooh, not Yahiko or Yahiko. Currently on the outside of the circle, not sure if he has a vehicle. He might need to crawl into, but just be careful of some of those open areas in front of him. At the same time, we can see that Axe is alive, but they don't have the circle. 3 seconds, and the zone will put pressure onto them. That now, Axis needs to move. They have a vehicle, but before that, will they say Virgil? Looks like no. Oh, Virgil can crawl towards them.
They are trying to save Virgil at the same time, but it's just too late now! Look at how Exit with Mini 14 tapping away to Axis. Chi-Chi and Baby from afar. That gives away the position. Feels like SKR can actually get this in the back, but a bit too far from the circle. Around 20 meters apart. They need to push forward, or maybe 50 meters at this point. Now, they do have a very open wide space to play with, but the problem is nothing to cover themselves. FOD spreading themselves quite thin here, trying to dominate whatever safe zone they can have. Chi-Chi and Baby still hanging on to that 3, while we Sando finally finish off by Nung from afar. FOD. They got quite a number of eliminations by now.
Ooh, FOD doing well this round. Looks like a little bit of comeback for them. But let's not count chickens before they hatch. As FOD still have work to do. They need to eliminate this and SKR.
Now, 2v1v3. SKR, they're slowly pushing in as well. 1 knockdown for the team. Axis remain with 1 player. It's going to be Chi-Chi standing by. Well, Baby will be revived, but the circle just happens to shrink at the same time. The Blues are not forgiving. Well, FOD, I feel like they might actually got this in the bag. They have no problem to dominate around the circle. It's on Chi-Chi slowly being shot down. Baby being finished off from the start. And now Chi-Chi couldn't get out from his own deal.
Ooh, Chi-Chi. Oh no, not good. 40% of health left. And look who's unstoppable. It's going to be FOD. They still have 3 players. It's 3v1. FOD is in a great position to secure this chicken dinner.
Exit. Know how to make an exit out for these players. Chi-Chi nowhere out at all. SKR, they're trying to fight head on towards the side of FOD, but the ones winning is really FOD. It's just going to be SKR pointing to Axis, giving away the position. Look at how easy start to preempt his shot, the warning shot towards him. Oh man, there's no way out for these solo players.
Oh no. I don't know how they're going to get out of this situation. It's going to be Exit making his exit in this round. Number 3 KR with 9 elimination points. And with that, FOD, no, there's only 1 person left. Chi-Chi, well, they're just going to go in for it. Oh, wait. Nang! Oh, no, Nang, wait. That point with Axis. Oh, that point donated away. She secures 1 before being eliminated. But anyway, nothing's good in the chicken dinner from FOD.
You have to give credit for Axis as well. Chi-Chi and Baby have been lasting so long. Even got themselves a consolation of elimination in the last minute. But FOD, they read the map so well. They know exactly where to stand. They always take the center of it. And be sure to be patient because they know when it matters to actually have the fire short. And they got themselves quite a number of eliminations too. But still, the last donation of that point towards the side of Axis, I mean, like, that's a bit of a blunder, isn't it?
Yeah, that should happen, but I kind of know what he tried to do. He wanted to do that dual run over sort of finish, but it just didn't happen for him. But anyway, it's FOD getting chicken dinner at the end of the day. Just that, that 1 point could be saved.
That's true, but so far we do have an average of 6 elimination for MVPs of the day. And Joseph secure with 1000 over damage. Now, there's a lot of work put out by the side of Joseph, but he's still taking so much damage. We can say this guy really tanked quite a bit for the team. He's been contributing almost 40%, up to 39% for the team contribution as well. But FOD, they did so well when it comes to rotation. Their pick or their choice of openings, they know when and where to pick at the same time. That's so crucial. But you have to give SKR and Vipers, they have been on edge with their vehicles all the way around.
Ooh, and look at this. FE, they only had a full score for 12 minutes and 51 seconds, but yet they still able to secure the chicken dinner, meaning that for most of the round, they have been a trio. So this is, I think, an example of like, if you have at least 3 people, you still have a chance to get the chicken dinner. But if you have one person,
You know, sometimes feels like when the teams like losing more men, or they're starting off with sort of a disadvantage or handicap, right? If they're like 3 or 2 players left, they actually perform better for some reason because they're more alert, they're more aware about whatever their surrounding is at, and they're a bit more, how do I say it, sharp when it comes to giving the audio cue or also giving the information, because they do know for a fact they don't have enough manpower to cover every angle possible, so they are on edge, so giving them this sort of push of a rush to make sure that everything is clear. But FOD with 10 points for that chicken dinner got themselves 12 elimination. The only team got themselves a double-digit elimination this round.
Yeah, so kind of sad for TX, to be honest, because they're the only team without an elimination, so or any at all in this round, so it's a little bit sad for them. But anyway, I must say that this is a good round for Axis. They managed to get themselves 9 points, considering that they're struggling at the bottom. This 9 points should give them that motivational boost.
That's kind of true. With that, you know, that ending, that was a flashy ending coming from Axis, honestly speaking. It was like, you know what, I'm just gonna coolly just take another point before I go down. I'm like, it's super cool. But when it comes to rankings, this is where everything's so important. Just 2 point different. And West Point Mamba been pushed down from that throne in our 4th day here in 2 points apart.
Yeah, welcome back to the top, FOD. They lost to West Point Mamba yesterday, but now they're back on it. But keep your eye on the KE. No chicken, no problem for them. SKR could do it as well. They're not too far. Also, no chicken, no problem for them, and they're at the top 5.
I have to say, these 2 teams are actually more scary than the teams actually on top, because they can just topple off the chart anytime soon if they feel like doing it. They can go aggressive anytime they want. But for Axis, it is a baby step moment at a time, because they are slowly pushing up, but it's not going to be enough. They're still not budging from 19th place SP as well, but for the 18th place BG, they didn't play just now, if I'm not mistaken, were they playing? But for TX, the X, we saw what happened in early matches, and they got caught red-handed during their looting time.
Yeah, 2 games in a row that got eliminated early, so not looking good for DX today. Yesterday they were okay, but the first 2 games today, not so. And considering that every team only plays 4 rounds, they only have 2 more games to go.
I agree. It's not such a great start for them, and we do have 1 more day tomorrow, and if they don't actually push themselves, step up to the occasion, they might have a bit of a problem tomorrow as well, because there's no more time left. They need to at least get 80 points and above to make sure they can actually secure a bit more stronger week 1. Now, the thing is, not everybody can win for every day, right? Every round. There must be somebody bottom somewhere. That's the worst part of any competition.
Yeah, somebody needs to get eliminated. Somebody to not see the light of day at the grand finals. It is just what it is, right? So you don't want to be that team. And plus you have like 16 slots, so that's like majority of the team going on to the next round. But here is a little bit of a recap for everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar and FOD. But looks like we'll be taking a break, Choo-Choo.
Yep, I think that's it for now, so we're gonna go back to us before we're gonna take a break, but see you guys after this break.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard. Together with me, South, and the amazing Choo Choo. Don't forget to follow us on our socials as well.
Just selling ourselves out, guys. Just doing our job for the day. So, okay, next one. We saw just now how incredible the game was, right? It was just remarkable. We saw how in the last minute, it took them quite a bit to actually finish and wrap things up. But for the next game, for game number 3, we do have Erangel again, but we do have B, C, D. So Group A will not be playing, which could be Game Lab, Axis, KE, and YG. We just got ourselves a bit of momentum for Axis just now, and sadly, they will have to put on hold for the momentum.
Yeah, I know, right? Just when you kind of got it right, you okay, you gotta take a break. Okay, I mean it is the rules of the game. Totally understand and to adapt with that. But you guys will need to follow this rule and get the Neon Assassin's Power. There's a new series that's currently available in the game. We all love new skins. It's not only one skin, not 2 skins, not skins, but there's 4 skins for you to collect.
I think the coolest one will be the one on the right side, which is both of them are pretty cool. Especially the far right one, you know, with a sort of a cowboy hat. It feels very mysterious kind of feeling and a bit more badass when it comes to the one at the front. But this is the most, I think, the most awesome one. The Silver Guru set. It really sounds like a guru where he should be under a fountain, but he's actually having the M416 with an incredible skin as well.
Oh yeah, this is amazing. I love this one so much. And plus it is one of the most popular weapon in the game, M416. So can't wait to see for you guys to get this set, show it, do some content, clip it, and show to us your news.
Yep, and also when it comes to Bruce Lee, this is the commemoration for our martial art master Bruce Lee, where he actually joins in PUBG Mobile. I mean, like, if you want to go Bruce Lee all the way and brawl yourself in a fist fight and a pan, you can actually do and be a Bruce Lee. But don't forget to also follow us on social media.
Oh yeah, we have fan pages all around. Pick your language. PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Mobile Esports Cambodia, PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports, PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile My, and on TikTok, there's PUBG Mobile Myanmar, PUBG Philippines, PUBG Mobile.esports.sg. You can find us there, just saying. And there's also PUBG Mobile Philippines, PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile Malaysia, all around all these platforms. do give PUBG Mobile a follow and us as well.
It's like PUBG Mobile everywhere. Also, don't forget to also follow up the next match, which is going to be back to Erangel. We don't have Group A this time, but definitely when it comes to this matchup, which we don't have Group A. Now, do you have any particular group that you feel like a group of death, honestly speaking?
I think Group E, because you have West Point Mamba and Five of Danger, FOD in the same group.
Okay, which one is the slumber group? The sleeping
Oh,
group.
Slumber. Oh, the sleeping group. Oh, wow. I never really thought about that. But right now, if I were to pick one, maybe Group A, but not really too.
Huh.
I don't know if there's a slumber group. I think other than that, they're quite balanced. Unless you have one.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Since you talked about how Group E will perform, so we're gonna drop our prediction right now. So I
There you
mean,
go.
like, I love how Sin performed just now. So I definitely want to try and see if Sin gonna do something else this time. So I do want to root for FV if they still can have it a go. But West Point Mamba, I mean, like, when I predict them, they just don't really want to show their true self here. But how about you, Cloud?
Oh man, Chuchu, when are you gonna move away from Point Mamba and FV? Come on. Very ill. I can see that. But I'm gonna pick our beloved H2O. I do love them, especially during PMPL Season 1. They're really nice people. I miss them a lot. AB, we have a lot of history as well. Tasha's best friend Zero used to play there.
Oh yeah.
Not around though. Yeah, and he always liked fried rice. GE, and I think GE is going to be a wild card one. So just putting it there. One chicken dinner so far. Some of it, a little bit shaky, but you never know. Surprise.
For APG now, this is the name that we've seen like quite a long time. Was it since the first season until now, right?
There
it's
were a few seasons of
Yeah, it has been a while, but they haven't reached there the longest time. Like, it feels like sort of the same history. Like, you remember how Vampire's always been there for the longest time, but finally they make a turn, they take a U-turn, or they just have a flip of a coin. Suddenly they just being such a bombastic team, but they haven't reached that yet for APG though.
Yeah, I know, right? So still waiting for them. I mean, they've been around quite a while now and a little bit of a roster swap. So I do hope that they're able to do well. But anyway, we are of course at the league stage. So most important is in the top 16 into the finals, and things may change from there. But speaking about vampires, I just wanted to say this, that vampires this season they acquired Nuzi and Tony K in the same team. Like, what are they thinking?
I mean, like,
no
they
one
should
else
change-
can compete.
It's like, don't make it vampires anymore. Just make it the undying team. They're never gonna die anyway. I mean, like, these guys. I mean, they pick up really strong players, but sometimes that's what happened. If you look at how like even during the MY, I think they're still there. How they pick up a lot of IGL, like how they have a lot of fragger. Sometimes it just didn't gel well because everybody have a different mindset or different approach of the game. So we're gonna have to wait and see. That's gonna be an interesting pickup for some teams. But when it comes to Wildcard, what do they have to offer to us?
Ooh, okay, yes. What do they have to offer to us? This could be interesting though. So, so we all know that the Philippines have the most slots inside the wildcard. So they got 7 teams from the Philippines. Also means that there's a lot of expectation from the Filipino teams. But if you cut about it, the Filipino teams, they're not doing that bad. They're good, in fact. So you have West Bar currently at number 1, and then you have Enigma number 3, and you have Sin at number 7, and then you have Vipers at page number 11. But that's not too bad as well, because Vipers, they also have their good moments.
I agree. When it comes to Wildcard, we do have, like, example YG or APG that has been there forever. Same goes for some Philippine teams. It has been there forever, but they're sort of hitting a wall. But the one that's really progressing, that we saw a huge amount of improvement, mostly is coming up from the Philippine teams. One of the main reasons how they're a bit more players involved in their community getting bigger, and it's just more tournaments for them as well to have a test of their levels of their gameplay.
Yep. So it'll definitely be a test for all of these. Will be interesting to see how they can. plus it's a league, right? I always like to see like how these teams can have that stamina towards the end, because it's not like, okay, you play 3 days and you're done. You need to play like 10 days and then grand final, so there's a lot of games to play. But speaking about games to play, we'll be jumping to our next game, Irango. Let's go!
And we are back in our OG map here, the last wrangle of the day. We do have a B, C, D, and E playing, which we will not be looking at G, Lab, Axis, KE, and YG. So that's why we draw a prediction of KE. But West Point Mamba, come on, man. Don't make me disappointed.
Oh, man. I think you're going to pick West Point Mamba every round.
I feel like I might be a jinx. Just jinx them all the way here today. I mean, like, fans, don't be mad. But it's just how things work, okay?
It is what it is. The casters can sometimes work, just saying. But
Most of the
this time the
time.
flight path is a little bit different. Yeah, sometimes, right? At least this time the flight path is a little bit different. Earlier we saw a flight path that's nice and steady in the middle. But then for teams that like to drop into Yasnaya, Mansion, like on the other side, it's a little bit more difficult. So a different challenge this time around.
I agree. And also, we mentioned about how it will contradict the flight path sometimes. Do we actually have a meal-top power sort of a circle? We have seen a lot of generous circle for the past, I mean like today, for when I'm casting so many generous circle, even the gut car field just now. So can we see something that's more exciting than forcing the players to move towards one direction? Yes, it's torturing for the players, but it's fun for us.
Oh, military base. Come on. Haven't seen a military base so far. But it's pretty much like the same from the previous round.
Oh man, I mean like, come on game. Are we looking over maybe very similar, maybe on top of gut car field, but we do have two teams here, GE and also Sin. I predicted Sin just now, I'm sorry man.
Well, yeah, there you go. Another one. Holy Lanju gets eliminated. So it's going to split to Ichi from GE. And now that they have the confidence, they want to take out the rest of Sin. Points in the bag.
Oh man, not great for the sort of Sin, but GE though, having a great run. They don't have the best weapon to work with. It's enough for them with the micro Uzis to shoot around. They even cornered one player of Sin. He's kind of stuck in the corner, and the others just like go up. He's like, no man, I'm sorry, goodbye for now.
Yep, Gu Up is getting away. But now they left Vic. 1-4. Not looking good. Doesn't seem to have an exit route for him.
Oh, there's just like a very slow death. Waiting for the right time to go. Hopefully they didn't discover him. Hopefully he got himself a couple of grenades in case he tried to rush in. But the micro Uzi, I swear to God, it's going to be shaky hands holding on it.
Ooh, yeah. Gotta be careful at usage though. But okay, alright. They're gonna go to the same building as Vic. Okay, let's go. 4 players going up to the second floor. Where is he? Okay. Oh, wait. Ooh. Wow.
Waiting for it. Still not discovered that player. I mean, like, how GE? You're letting everything slip by and just flee. Oh my God, Sen. He managed to survive. Now they're telling his trails. Now, will it be too late? I hope he actually found himself some vehicle for 2-3, but man, how? Oh no! What a bummer.
It was almost a escape. That almost happened. But, well, at least the good news they have one player. But we did talk about, like, if you only have one player stage of the round, the only thing you can do is just survive. Nothing else.
That's kind of true. That's what PUBG is about. If you haven't realized, not just an FPS game, it's also a survival game, actually. It is a survival game.
It is at the end of the day, yeah. But with the new point system, unfortunately, survivability is, yeah, despite it's the best thing they can do for, but it's not going to give them much. And speaking about survivability, look up, wow, he definitely prayed very hard there for Falcon not to fight.
Oh man. SKR is starting to move and rotate himself. But for the other teams, the only team that actually have one man to start with, Sen. Now leaving with one player. Oh, so lucky! Oh my god, why he has to stop? Falcon, move away. Let this one guy live. He survived.
Oh my goodness. His prayers are set and he's safe for now. Imagine if Falcon saw him, that's it.
Oh my god, I
was dead.
swear he's spraying his knees down on earth right now. That was really close.
Oh man, that can't come closer, right? That was like super duper for him. Falcon will be looking back at this team and say that, man, that should have been 1 point for us. Oh.
I know. I'm like, Sin almost got lucky twice in a row, and that was a really lucky run. I have to say it out loud. I mean, like, nobody discovered him. Sometimes it's best to just stay quiet than, you know, shooting out loud.
Yeah, so good thing he knows his prayers are answered. So Sin still has opportunity to collect points, but because of the new point system that you need to work even harder to survive, man, it's going to be a tall order for him.
Hopefully it doesn't cut short for the order anytime soon. But back to it now. Remember order for another player. Wait, what? Okay, FOD. FOD. Back to the side of TX. Now, at least TX have a great start this time. They didn't got caught red-handed when looting. I think Hang is also okay. But for Sin, it's just really a tough start. But we're going to have a bit of a clash between Enigma, possibly.
Ooh, okay. Let's see what TX is going to do. Let's remember that TX, they were too soon for like 2 rounds today. So I don't think they'll be confident enough to take that risk. They might want to bail this, but oh no, not good for Aaron. Aaron's out. QB got it. And now he's not done yet. The long range onto Caps. Caps managed to get away.
It's not going to be done.
Yeah,
ramming in! Oh, the moment we mentioned about TX. Can we not say about the teams now? I feel bad for them right now. Remember, it's just going down the drain. Now, lucky enough, it's just 1 player. They managed to flee away another 3 players, but Enigma still hunting for more. They're not satisfied with only 1. They want to get the entire team out, but it's a bit too late. They just flee themselves across entire field. Well, we do have some of them trying to get into the Gakka Mountains, which is going to be coming up from the Vipers.
They are okay. The moment they got that 1 elimination, they know it's TX, and knowing that TX isn't in their best form today, they to make the best or get the most out of engaging with TX. But it's only 1 that they can get. But you know, it's okay. At the end of the day, a point's a point.
That's kind of true. But the another point is going to be between APG and PBE.
Oh.
They got 1 run and gun from Montboy. What a spray. Look at that crispy spray coming up from PBE. Getting 1 more. APG. Oh, they can actually, this backfires for PBE. Let's see, they're going to retaliate, but it actually works down to only 1 player in need. Wanted to take Ranked down. And Cool is just not cool anymore. He's bleeding out, taking inside of blue. And this is going to be really into the blues for the fights.
Oh no, if Tash is here, she will be crying looking at APG. That's like her, kind of like a personal favorite team, but now he all alone, 1v4. They are fighting on the outside of the zone. What are these players thinking? But then again, it's all about points, and they will go in very soon with the nade being popped up by Ranked. That should be enough to finish his opponent, and that is it. APG. That.
You know, the moment they switch over to DBS, you know, like, this guy's not going to back out. They definitely want the close quarter combat, and they're just going to ram for it. But southern part of the circle, come up from Gakka Mountain. Look how saturated it is. I have a feeling Sin Guap will actually stay there for a bit more on top of Rozhog. He's a loner right now. And he definitely don't want to be anywhere near all these very saturated places. It's best to actually stay in the northern side. But for SP, they is scouted out by the West Point Mamba team. But the problem is, do West Point Mamba really want to fight for this?
Well, I guess not at this point. Plus, they are within the circle, so that's kind of okay for them. They might as well hold it on for now. No real big reason for them to take that fight. But for SP, on the other hand, ooh. Rotation, but look at the amount of teams around them trying to find a good location to park themselves, but not easy. Same goes for Chewy, he goes out.
You know, I'm glad Goblin actually trying to make a U-turn instead of pushing in, because we saw how he just trying to cook up the nade and cancel it out last minute, because West Point Mama really pushing it through. Now Chandon actually just gonna go and rotate towards the flank side, try to circle WPM from a different corner entirely, making sure they're gonna have a bigger, more field to play. But Federales and the rest of West Point Mamba, it's not wise to stay in sort of a clump here for 4 of them. Because look at how the spread come out for Falcon. They're really covering wide angles. But SKR trying to take out Moxie, but they just out-corner him as well. Exit will not going for an exit so far.
Flash Vision, Choo Choo. Are you bringing the curse today? I think you gotta change Flash Vision to another team next. But West Point are in trouble.
I mean, like, come on, West Point Mamba, don't do this to me. I feel bad for a lot of teams right now, but there! Big explosion of that one nade! Falcon! It was a brutal fight! West Point Mamba going down. My God, what happened to my predictions today?
Hello, Choo Choo. Welcome to the Wildcard.
Can I don't do predictions at all? I mean,
I think the next one is like your prediction bar will be empty.
I feel like I should make it empty now. Feels like I'm jinxing the team. I mean, like, don't put a blame on me, guys. It's like, it happens. And it happens to be today, my first day on the desk as well. What a day. But switch point, spotted out on Falcon, who got himself quite a rumble just now. Secured a couple of points against West Point Mamba. Now having not to even, I think they're able to reset by now with the distance between SP and Falcon is quite far apart. It's going to be around 200 meters over, make it 3 right now. But Ruins will be our next circle. I'm not sure we still have the same player left here. Well, he's being eliminated already. I think he's been... No, he's still there. Where is he?
Oh, he's still alive. Oh,
he was on top of Roshok last we seen him.
Yeah, he was on Roshok. He's not tanking the blue. That means he's currently in a safe position that no one knows. Wow, this guy, he learned how to... what's that word again?
Adapt.
Oh, he learned how to be invisible.
Yeah, he's a ninja. Definitely is a ninja.
Nice.
Sinful ninja. Sin. But back to as a PBE, they're rotating up to the northern side. Now this gonna be where the northern, out of sudden, where it was vacant and empty before, definitely will be full with a lot of team, because everybody having the same mindset that nobody comes up from north, right? This is where everything gets topsy-turvy, because a lot of PBE teams were actually moving towards the north, and they're trying to rotate on the edge of the circle and coming in from a bit towards the eastern side north of the map as well. Now they try to take the high grounds right on top of their water tank, but nobody's crossing or passing by for now. I'm not sure where are the rest of the other teams, but they are definitely in the fray. We do see another team coming from the north just now, passing by PBE.
Yeah, so seems to be forced to move, because if we look at the last circle, 30% of it is on like the northern island, so I don't think anyone would give much attention to that. So meaning that you have 70% of land to play at the southern side. So that means that all those rotations will make all these teams meet up with each other earlier.
The earlier the better, because more action pack we're gonna have to witness. Back to the side of SP, Poli just now had a bit of a blunder moment. We got caught, the first one to be out, but this is a bit more careful. H2O, so Nick cooking up the nade. It's going to be less than 100 meters apart between him and Tokyo's, but both of them are prepared to toss around a bit of a give between them. We do have Rio coming up from behind for TX, but they have to be extra careful. Viper's watching them from afar on top of Ruins. It's going to be extra careful both teams. If they're not being careful enough, they'll be surprised by the ambush. But Enigma have been fighting another team from afar. I'm not sure it's going to be H2O who's clipping them from the back line there.
Ooh, 4 teams, at least that we can see on screen, very close to each other. At least they're still within the circle. But then again, nothing's going to save if they don't take care of themselves, as Sonic goes down to Rain. Vipers just behind managed to steal that elimination point away.
I'm surprised that Rio didn't actually provide with support fires just now. How maybe it's too far off and on the lower ground as well. I couldn't see through that his friend actually tried to cook up the nade fighting as H2O approaching into their side. But it's not Vampire, it's Vipers. Okay, Vipers. Okay, Vipers taking on the eastern side. western side of a map might actually gatekeeping to SKR, who's trying to cut across. But if they're taking the route towards the river, then SKR wouldn't have a problem approaching toward the northern side. But the problem is if they want to cross from the small island. But TX on the other hand left with only Rio in between of these Titan teams. H2O spreading wide apart, Vipers Rain taking the lower ground. But where are the others? SP Poli again, the first one to be knocked down by GE.
Well, at least he's still within the compound. His teammates can pick him up and don't look like they will be in a situation where teams nearby at least would want to crash into them. Oh, but here's the last hit player. Finally, we see him. He gets one. More than that, he managed to get an elimination point for Sin. But he's not done yet, though. He needs to take this strike, chasing down to the ground floor. But he can't find his opponent.
Oh, go up. Cooking up the nade, tossing over damage. It's gonna be over the top for MH, straight on the rooftop. Rio on the other hand, stuck between two. Tucky Olsen on the ground, Mal, and now the entire cavalry of H2O trying to eliminate. It's a bit too late, but still eliminated for TX. It's gonna be on 13th spot for them. Another team goes down. It's gonna be Sin. Finally, they're one person. Oh no, Sin.
Despite him surviving that long, it's only 12th place for him. So not much that they got out of this round. A little bit sad for Sin this time. I mean, he deserved more for the fact that his ninja skills worked out.
He did survive the longest, and starting off with three players knocked down early on since the start. By the way, Cloud, it was a long time to survive up to the 4th circle. You have to give them credit for that. But back to Osja. And now they're fighting it out with Enigma. Look at how they're just pushing. They're gonna do it. They're gonna go for it. Enigma, Cooper, and Spook a bit too late here as Osja arrive on the scene. And there's gonna be them discovering. Oh, boys, right across them with a small hill in between. Camper coming up from behind. It's gonna be him providing support fires. And Skynet taking on Osja going full in. They're just slamming it down with vehicles.
Road Rage 2. By using just a vehicle, so one left, and just Skynet, he spots him out. Spooky's in trouble right now. Spooky trying to fire. Not able to take out his opponent, but Astro actually, Astro is going to finish it off, and yes, he will.
My god, the reaction, the response time coming up from Osja is way too fast for Enigma to handle. It's a bit too delayed there, coming up the help from Enigma, but all's done. Nothing can be changed anymore. But side of H2, a lot of things still can be changeable. Now Viper's Rain and DJ actually coming up from a different angle entirely. Look at how they spread out themselves with two in the middle, in the high grounds as well, to spot out those actually in ruined. But the one fighting across is going to be Marcos from SKR taking a fight against another team entirely. But H2O really taking their own time and strategy to push up out from the ruins.
Oh, I'm looking at Labo. He seems to have a little bit of trouble to get his vehicle out. Finally managed to do that. But he needs to be prepared for the next piece of goal. He's going in. Rain is just in front of him. But okay, there's a wall separating the ball. But they know exactly where DJ is at. The rest of Vipers way high. Not sure how much cover fire they can get from there.
And the stream between it, I'm not sure if they can see through the trees right now for sort of Vipers. But Toki, it's really risky. They don't have that much of a high cover when they're taking this compound, particularly for H2O. Now they have to force themselves down to the high grounds for Spade and Spoogle as DJ crying for help. He almost got entirely cleared with that nade. And Marcos taking on May on different plays entirely. Falcon taking on PBE. But the one who's fighting on our screen right now is going to be H2O. Rain still taking the corners out. But DJ managed to reset himself. Spoogle and Spade just arrived and at the scene of a crime as well. They're trying to take him down bit by bit, one by one.
Oh, Fred, here we go. With the AK inside on your opponent. Spade's coming in, but not able to knock him out. Labo waiting for the right moment. Fred, he cover quickly, but there's not enough time. They know exactly where he is. Fred is in trouble. Fred fucking out, and now Fred is down. Labo is probably the last man standing for H2O.
Now, not done and dusted. They can't be too safe here. Even H2O, they still have two men, but the blue zone closing in. There's no time. Both team in a lose-lose situation here. And they're quite far apart, 200 meters from that circle. They need to make a move. DJ not going to waste any more time. Maul, I don't think he has any vehicles.
no, he doesn't. And there's a big open space right. It's gonna be hard for him to get in. But Labo needs to secure his spot within the circle. Miles still left on the outside. DJ to get recapper. They need the circle too.
I feel like Ojo might just gatekeeping this against Vipers and H2O. It's not going to be a happy ending for both Team H2O and Vipers here. DJ hop himself in a vehicle again, but Mal is actually on foot. There's no way he can get out from there alive. FOD taking SKR straight head on. Marcos almost down to 0 health there, with Molotov actually trying to deny him going into a pick position. But look at the nades raining down to his FOD. It's going to be SKR on a different angle entirely. They're splitting into 2-2 formation and forcing themselves to enclose in a small space. Claustrophobic, you said earlier, and this is one of the situations here, Cloud.
Oh, Mewtwo 1v1. The DBS will not connect. Exit. It toss onto the other side. Will it land on the opponents? But looks like Marcos will go down. Mewtwo will be the next one. SKR, they're falling apart to FOE, the monsters, the dangerous monsters.
Down to only Yahiko right now. Feels like everything in shambles for SKR. Everything seems to be unfolding out for FOD. Prepare their DBS. Where would you run? Where would you? Oh, Yahiko got one! He might actually got two! He did! Oh, what a near clutchest one! Valiant effort by such diligence from Yahiko, but it was not enough.
Oh, that would have been super close. Such a big clutch moment there for him. But fortunately, that had to happen. Now it looks like Cool no longer cool as he gets taken out. Monbot, last man standing for PBE. An experienced player who has played in multiple Southeast Asian teams, now going up against 2 from Burmese goals.
Not just that, FOD, they got himself quite a rumble and still survived for the longest time. They got themselves quite a clear pathway on the northern side, but Falcon, on the other hand, duking it out with Osja. And they got one. Andrew trying to play around the ledges of this hill. Making it so hard for Osja to pinpoint the position or giving a headshot there. Andrew got himself a reset at the back line, trying to find another from the flank side and taking a tag gain with also D2Y. And they got himself the high ground. Really makes such a difficult effort for Falcon to make it close. Really close coming through of Osja.
Oh, thanks to the smoke, bought him some time to get on his vehicle and run away, because they must consider that the blue is going to land onto them. They cannot stay longer. Now some of the other teams are locked on the outside of the circle as well. And now we are still alive, still alone on the outside. He needs to face against the Rap. Jazz and Chen Lone. Just too much for him to handle.
Chan Lone being left alone, living up to his name with nobody else to actually help him there. They couldn't afford to risk the entire team and have to put himself in a sacrificial lamb position. SP on the other hand, gatekeeping Osja. They just finished one round of a brawl and they have to get another. They don't have time to reset. DBS is preparing his Sky in his hand and swap it over to his M416 there. Poli and Panda keeping their eyes tightly around the side of Skynin and his mate there. But Astro, can he actually open up the space for Osja to actually retrieve themselves and get back on this feet? There's so many teams. Make it 4 teams on the southern part of the circle. Only one will survive down here.
Oof. There are still players on the outside of the circle though. Oh, just we need to weigh in. But look at this. Look at Pauly's position. He can see. He knows that they're coming towards. And if they move forward, they'll need to face a Rap for Pauly. But it's going to be Ranzer taking on there. Somewhere else, Ranzer seems to be in trouble. Ranzer, 20% of health. He needs to win this fight. But how is he going to get through?
The one that's going to be the poison for them is going to be DJ coming up from the flank side entirely. No one has a clue between SP and Osja. They have to be extra careful. Couldn't just tunnel their vision away with what's in front. But Poli and Jigsaw already put themselves in a position way too comfortable. And Dabe, on the other hand, managed to just get the reset. But they have to spread out for Osja. They don't have a choice if they want to actually cut across SP. Falcon just play it quiet for now. They don't want to attract none attention given at all for Falcon. They don't want the attraction at all for now. GE taking a bit of a swamp or in the Motown. And they try to play quiet as well. Espinels judges attracting way too much attention that they're giving their eyes straight onto these 2 teams only.
Oh, DJ, look at that. He's moved now. Nobody really knows that he's there. So he's playing the ninja now. But 3 seconds before the next circle is revealed, and that might force a lot to move. And looks like it's going to be a kind circle in the middle. 2 teams right on top of.
The one that actually have to move might be a Falcon there. Not being favored at all by the circle, but the bear taken by one of the players of Falcon. They're still pushing forward and going for it. Look at how they didn't even second guess their movement here. They're just going straight right in for FOD. They want to go for it. They're taking advantage of the third party if they want to. But they're not aware of GE and Vipers on the other end. Oh boy, it's going to be a bit of Motown, a bit of a water party area. And around this area, it's going to be really tricky to play around this kind of a swamp buildings in between.
Yeah, FOD managed to slip in. That's good entry for them, making the right moves, the right timing. But now the question is on the outside. OJS is still. All of them are on the outside of the circle. Falcon is the team they need to deal with. Smoking it up, trying to cover the vision. Falcon, Astroax opening up the flanks. They want to take down Falcon.
Oh, do they want to? Feels like Skynin's deadly and want to so bad to just finish off Andrew and D2Y, but they're the one making a first move first. But Andrew got himself covered in an off angle that I think Olja haven't got a clue, but never mind, Andrew, hop onto this buggy, just have a move. He doesn't want it, couldn't make it, Astro! What a sharp spray! And just the end of Andrew within seconds, and down to D2Y to survive for Falcon, the last remaining member for the team.
Oh, D2Y, 40% health. Nade toss out by Astroax. It might not connect. D2 toss out the first nade. Second nade being cooked up. They toss out to the other side as well. But D2Y backstep from behind.
This is what we say, attracting unwanted attention. They've been fighting against each other too long. BG down to MH here. Oh, is MH the last remaining member? Astro and Renzo slowly pushing towards the side of MH. We're down to 5 team, but BG need to just stay a bit longer. MH is nowhere a barricade or barrier to just cover himself with Skynin. Just slowly encroach towards the side of the smoke. They just hover around. The smokes are nowhere out for MH. Look at the sprays coming out from Earthsjar. Not giving any leeway. No mercy shown at all. We're down to 4.
Oh, now it's time for the Waterhouse or the Watertown fight. GE needs to move. They're still on the outside of it. But the best position right now is good. OD, they're somewhat within the circle. One of the players get knocked down on the outside of it. But besides that, Panda takes out one from GE. It's going to be tied.
Earthsjar feels like they are on the run, on a steamroll right now. They cannot play any sort of, and no slowing of the momentum at all. They keep on finding and hunting down these players. One side of SP, they try to beat third party as much as possible. They got themselves Smile from GE. Jigsaw spotted out. Those are actually around the window. They couldn't actually get out from the building as well. It's a Motown, it's a water area. What else can you do? Just wait for your team to actually revive your Jigsaw. Oh man, this is going down for GE. Spot out west.
Jigsaw, no! And that is it for GE. And number 4, take it over to Jigsaw himself. And there's going to be a elimination points for them. Jigsaw will start to move. 2 other teams they need to fight to get that chicken dinner.
FOD getting away and trying to get himself some land to work with. That's what Ultra has been doing. They're smart enough not to get in the center of the Motown. SP Poli really low right now. I'm not sure if he got himself first. He did manage to reset, but look at now just cooking up the nade. They're going to pressure on the Poly side. He needs to hold this angle against FOD. While SP still taking out a couple of shots again. Ultra, they have 2 angles to cover with. SP got stuck between 2 teams there. FOD, they did well in the last round. Can they do it again?
SP, can they do it? But right as the circle was closed entirely, they need to move their flame by the edge of the circle. They'll face the Wrath of the Blue. And now SP Panda keeping eyes on the FOD, but FOD still has a full squad. But don't forget about the team behind them. OJS is still around as well. Dabe knows that someone's there. Perfectly going to toss it to the other side, but before that, they need to stay Poly too.
They are stuck for SP right now. There's no way out. The moment they pick out, it's gonna be Ozja waiting on the other end. FOD just hunting them down and just trailing them really closely behind. But Panda making a bit of a leeway for the team. He's making the space to make sure they got himself a breather. But Ozja, they want to be the third party. They try to hover around the crosshair on what's happening down there. The bear being the front line. Pearly managed to reset himself. But FOD, they got to face a retaliation from the side of SP, but Osha, are they still sitting this one out?
Oh, looks like they will. They're in a position that they don't really need to take. They'll just wait for teams to come towards them. But what will force them to move is going to be the blue behind. Now Jigsaw knows that someone's in front of them. Jumped on waiting for the right moment. No one's making the big move. Just going to be easy going down the Panda.
Oh, Jigsaw, I saw that! He want to go head on! Oh! And it's gonna be somebody else rolling from behind! Jigsaw! What a rumble! What a mess! The one winning is gonna be Osha all the way! They're not taking a big part! They might just steal away the eliminations. Purdy with Bison trying to find Jigsaw, but the Blues are closing in, and it's going Nung on the other end. Joseph's still alive. He's going to FOD! Here come Renza! Skynin making a move! Oh, they are stuck! FOD in the graveyard here!
SOS coming from the end, then Renza will splat! And this is it! Winner chicken dinner to the boys from Mojas! They managed themselves to nab a chicken dinner today, and this is actually their third chicken dinner of their wild campaign.
It's like a swarm graveyard for FOD and SP there. They have been tunneling vision each other out. They are leaving Ozja out, and the ones taking their advantage. Ozja finish off quite strong with a smart play, ingenious move to pick the land over the water area.
Oh, what a beautiful move indeed. They timed it well. Like what you said, then they timed it well enough that no one butt in. They wait for two teams to come towards them. And the moment they see them splat, there goes. And we've got to give it to the entire team. But the VP for this round is going to be Skyden, legendary player himself, going up at big stages. Very well deserved.
He's got the courage to actually push forward just now when they were a bit hesitant for Ozja whether to jump in or not. They might get backfired by their plan, but Skyden made the call quite right. You have to give credit for this guy. But I have to say, all performance of GE, SP, Ozja and also FOD just now, they all happen to be in the swamp area. It's just whoever not inside of a building, they actually got the better advantage of it.
Oof. Yeah, I know, right? So having the building is not 100% secure. That's one thing. But yeah, I mean, they played it very well. They didn't force themselves too early. They could make that rotation. They could crash into the building, but they just decided, okay, we're doing a bit different. Let's go onto the other side so that the players in the building will be forced to come up with the blue, and that's when they took advantage of it. Beautiful movement by OGS.
You look at how much of the smoke's being tossed out by the side of FOD. That's 33. It's just how struggling they were to try to keep the boat afloat and try to get out from that swamp. All these three teams, FOD, GE and SP, they were dying in the swamp. The only one that didn't step in was just Ozja. If only they made the same decision, it's going to be a different result entirely.
I know, right? There will be a different people that we're talking about. But it is what it is at the end of the day. But this time around, say that it's very interesting though. We see a lot of splats. If you kind of think about it. Now Cap splat, we had the Ozja final splat. I just thought it was like, what, the most splats that we've seen?
I mean, they love their vehicles. These guys love having a good time. I do love where PBE run and gun, where they're having two players on top of their vehicle, just sprayed it over. I think it was APG, was it? It was such a good spray. That control of the barrel coming from PBE, that was incredible.
Oh yeah, incredible indeed. I mean, these players had this stage for a reason, right? So they are showing us the best of their gameplays. I'm superbly impressed with their gameplays. It's just amazing. And this final few moments, I think we're just going to admire the fact that how Ozja, they just waited for the right moment. There's no way that these teams can challenge Ozja because they were busy with either. Ozja needed to wait for the right moment, come in, splat, finish it off, and it's going to be 21 points for them.
I have a feeling the teams actually on the top 3 cannot be safe anymore. Feels like the gap even closer for the teams because how Ultra just performed with 21 points again. And the only team got themselves a double elimination too. But we do have quite an average distribution when it comes to second to 6th place, if I'm not mistaken, of elimination points. So it's not that too shabby. But look at SKR. They don't have any rank points, but still secure 5 elimination. That's just how important elimination points these days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But a lot of teams, like we got like 4 teams netting themselves double-digit totals. That means we got 4 other teams not getting anything at all. And look at how things have changed at the number 6 to number 10. Like with that chicken dinner, they boosted themselves up to page 1.
I mean, like, you cannot be too comfy when you're actually in the number 1 spot. We saw how fast things has changed within just a couple of matches here. We're down to half the day already. And FOD taking the number 1 spot. Look at big of a gap. It's like 16 points in between West Point Mobile. Well, fair enough. WPM didn't actually play in the last round, right? So KE, on the other hand, can actually catch up. Same goes for the top 3. Anybody can swap up to this 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. But the one that actually on second page here, the one that we should worry about, those actually didn't make it for the top 16, and they barely make it for PBE as well.
Yeah, they barely did. I'm still looking at like Axis, still got a lot of work to do. Burmese goes as well. I think today is a very bad day for TX. Like 3 rounds too soon. I don't know. Something needs to be overhauled for TX.
Feels like maybe they are second guessing themselves a bit too much. Or I feel like there are some unpredictable moments where they couldn't actually read out. You know, when there are teams that are experimenting stuff at times to drop spot, or just even though they got the same drop spot, but their rotation is totally different. They happen to be crashing themselves into a different team. How they just change the rotation halfway through the map. So that's one of the main reasons. But at least TX this time didn't get eliminated too early before. So it's actually already a good sign for them.
Yeah, okay. So hopefully they can continue on. At least I would say at least they're on an upward trajectory. So that would be a spot for them. I don't think there are many more games to play for TX. If I'm not mistaken, they only have one more game to play today. So it's that one game. If not, it's going to be tomorrow's story for TX.
Yep, that's kind of true. But before that, again, we have to remind you guys, don't forget to follow us, where we do have our social medias up for you guys. It's going to be all the fan page, and also if you want yourself some updates, what happened to this team, what happened to this team roster and shuffle, just follow YouTube. There's so many TikToks. There's also the Facebook page, if I'm not mistaken. Well, there's a mouthful. Basically, it's PUBG Mobile everywhere. I'm just going to say PUBG Mobile everywhere. It depends on your region, what kind of language you want. If you want to see us more, it's going to be PUBG Mobile Malaysia and PUBG Mobile Esports. And also our fan page, PUBG Mobile MY and PUBGmobile.esports.sg. For TikToks, there's so many clips. If you happen to have good clips, why not upload them too?
Yeah, and tag us as well. We'd like to see your clips. So do that. Do that. That's your homework, ladies and gentlemen. But now, without doing homework, it's going to be our Miramar top performers. We have West Point, Mamba, and FOD, and Vipers. 3 Filipino teams out of the 4.
That's true. And FOD, the only team that's have a different flag entirely, but they have been performed quite right today. I mean, like, they got themselves a chicken already for the start of the day as well, second match, if I'm not mistaken. They're quite consistent. You have to give these guys really good standards. I mean, like, FOD, even though they've been quiet for a bit, but when it comes to the late game, they're always there in the last few circles.
Yes, and they are fairly consistent, I must say. Yeah, there are a couple of rounds where they drop, but at the end of the day, the total points matters, right? And so far, so good for them. Vipers, on hand, they need to be a little bit more consistent. Today, so far, is actually good for them. But it's a matter of, like, one more round for them, and they just need to deal. Wait, not one, 2 more rounds for them. 2 Miramars they'll be playing. So they just need to seal with the 2, and they might see themselves in maybe like a top 5 at least.
Yeah, and for the next match, definitely we do have Miramar. We're not going to have team, it's going to be A, B, C, E, so D is not playing. TX, BG, PBE, and Flash Vision. which will not be playing FV. So this is actually a good reset for TX. I mean, like, they had a really a blunder run today, so they need a bit of a rest to reset what happened, what really need to be fixed for their last match of the day, because they will be playing the next Miramar.
Yeah, I think they really needed time. So just to like get back, because if we look at TX, before this they were able to get, despite no chicken dinner, they were able to get like what, second places. They were able to get let's see here, a decent number of eliminations. But today is like a really disastrous day for them. But TX is going to take a break. They needed that, so hopefully they'll be come back stronger in the final Miramar later on.
I just hope it's not me. That's
So don't pick TX.
Man, you give me so much pressure not to pick them, but at the same time it makes me want to pick them so bad. But for the next one, Cloud, I mean, like, we do have a group, what's the group again? It's going to be A, B, C, E, so D is not playing. And so far, PBS being aggressive when it comes to the previous map as well. So are we having more sort of aggressive since group E is going to be in here this time?
Ooh, yes. My personal group of death. You got Small Mamba in it. You got 5 of Danger in it. And to a certain extent, you're Sin. So yeah, you gotta put some of them in there. West Mamba, FO. Go. Oh, come on, you're still in Flash Vision? Oh man, that's
I believe them. I believe in them. Come on, guys. I mean, like... Are we not supposed to have them?
It's like that you're not willing to let go, right?
I mean, like, I want to see if things gonna happen, you know. If only things gonna happen. I mean, like, I believe in my prediction, but for, I don't know, man. I don't want to put West Point Mamba anymore because I feel bad for them.
I'll try this time. Just saying.
I mean, like, I do believe in KE. Whatever the cast has said, they're still gonna be okay, regardless of how our caster's is gonna be active or not, right? But we do have both having a different half, which is gonna be Falcon for you and FVE. For me, SKR though, I love how the way they play something. It's just so unpredictable. They're just so explosive. Out of nowhere, somebody they pop there and here. But for FOD, I'm loving how you pick FOD this time.
Yeah, FOD. I think they are really one of the favorites at this point. The kind of but of course, it's still a long way to go. But FOD, to me, they've been showing a lot of firepower. They know good timing, and they know how to pick up those chicken dinners and be in the final circle. So I think FOD is a interesting, of course, because this is like, to me, my personal group of death. If I pick FOD, pick West Point Mamba together.
Okay, I see what you're doing. It's like, when a group E, it has more of your favorites than the others. It's gonna be 2 teams. I mean, like, if that happens, if it happens like 2 teams going down early on, I mean, like, we do know who to find, right? We do know who to find for group E problems. It's gonna be Cloud entirely. But okay, for me, KE is one of the teams that's very consistent, but it's just sometimes when they're being rushed, it's gonna be more than one team that's rushing them. It's always like that. They always got caught in between of a very tough ordeal. They can't get out of it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? But despite that, they managed to be consistent enough, and they are now they're still without the chicken dinner, but no chicken, no problem for KE. But I do agree. I do like KE as well. And one of the things that's good about KE is that besides able to find elimination points, they are also able to always somehow get circle and survive long enough. So if you look at their placements, right, there's a lot of like second place, 4th, 6th, not too bad as well. We got 5s all around. They are hardly above 10. Maybe only like twice that they got 15, then they got 13 and 16. Other than that, below 10.
That's kind of true, and I don't blame. I'm not taking the credits away from them, but at the same time, they do have a very veteran support. We do know Puff for a long time, right? So the fact that putting Davon as IGL and support as a Puff, I think that's already a very strong suit for this team to actually have the communication going and relay the information as fast as they can. When you have the support that actually gave like a veteran like Pov, and not the IGL, he's playing as support. You have the support that's so experienced to know where to look, what to do. It makes things so much easier for the Fragger as well. Sometimes we do see just, you know, the Fragger sort of the highlight or the spotlight of the team, but the thing is, the real spot is always the support that keeping the eyes out to make sure everything's perfect for the Fragger.
Yeah, like what you say, right? They are Orange Esports, and they have experience playing at the PMPL Global Finals at that time, and they almost brought a surprise, if you remember.
Oh yeah, that was a
those were
very
the
big
days.
cheer. That was a big cheer back then when they actually squeezed in the last minute too. That was such a memorable experience, but I want that spirit going on more, you know, from the wildcard. It has been a while we've seen a wildcard that going that far these days. It's so hard to see them. There must be something can be done for them to have that kind of push again.
Well, hopefully, time around, the wildcard teams will be able to withstand whoever who's going to qualify to the next round if there's. So yeah, but looking at the talent that they've shown so far, I think wildcard this time around is no longer like the wildcard that we think. I think this time around the quality of the wildcards, they have definitely increased, and I'll be interested to see if there's an opportunity that any of these wildcard teams, or may the best team win, to repress big names out there, to repress teams like Picatron, like Face Clan, like GigFam, this kind of names. And yeah, it does look good for the wildcard teams, if you ask me.
I mean, like, wildcard, they are not new players. I mean, we do know these guys have been the worlds and also been globals before, and they are definitely very experienced. So they need to have that sort of a cohesive to work as a team that we haven't seen as perfect as the one that in the internationals, right? So they are lacking that right now. I'm not surprised if they can actually make it anytime soon. Now, do they have that drive? That's the question. Are they already satisfied when they come into the wildcard and just get into the playoffs, stuff like that? Because feels like they're not as fiery as they were back then. But when it comes to technicality, they are better now. But the fire is not there yet.
Yeah, no doubt. The technicality has improved a lot, looking at their gameplay and all that. But yeah, I guess motivation is subjective. We'll really know when the moment comes. Will they still feel that they are a wildcard team, or do they feel that they're on par with any other out there? And that will be probably the thing that separates champions than teams that just enter at that stage.
That's kind of true. There's a lot of things that you can take baby steps, but there are times that you need to take a big leap of faith sometimes. And this is the time for the teams for wildcard. Yeah, they have a lot to lose, but at the same time, that's where when you take the big risk, big reward thing, right? At the same time, going into your not comfort zone, very uncomfortable zone is where you grow best and fastest. So I have to face it sometimes.
Yeah, you gotta face the music, they say. So if you want to be the best of the best in the world, you just gotta do it, ladies and gentlemen. Just like how we gonna do it inside of Myanmar. This will be match number 4, the first Myanmar of the day. And let's go.
The dry map of the sandy dunes. We're flying with double choppers on left and right side, hopping into our biggest map with 90% almost of the land ratio. Back to us, Myanmar. We're gonna go towards the desert. This time, the flat path determine where the circle will be and how the players will land themselves. It's gonna be down to Puerto Porreso, up from Torre Ahumada. Now, we do want to see something unusual. We haven't seen any weird circles for today. Very generous of a wrinkle. Usually that kind of gives us a projectile that when it comes to a different map, maybe it's get wonky. So is this going to be a wonky one, Cloud?
Ooh, hope so. Wonky one inside Myanmar. It's kind of cool because it's such a big map. You need to travel really, really far. Like River and Impala, but because the flight path is on top of it, this time around, my wish list would be Lost Eagles.
Oh. Lost Eagles it is, maybe. But the thing is, I'm worried for... Is H2O playing this one? They are not playing, okay. Next one they'll be playing. Because the bigger question we had back then, right? When is the Roma map, there's not enough water.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, I mean like, no, there's so many puns you can push around H2O. I'm sorry, H2O.
Good thing our good friend Yolo Lee isn't casting. If he is, we want it all the way.
Probably should be the ambassador for H2O then.
Yeah, he brand ambassador. But looks like it's going to be a kind circle centered around Lost. So, okay. Everyone's nice today because of Choo Choo.
Oh man, don't be shy. It's supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be shy, but a lot of players being shy when it comes to the first few circles, where it's too early about the unnecessary fight. We talk about this thousands, hundreds, and millions of times. What can they avoid? They try to avoid as best as they can when it comes to the first circle. It's too early to force a fight anyway. They need to loot up, build up their gears, and make sure they can survive a couple more rounds, and make sure they got enough utilities to even force their way in or out for their certain compound. But FOD, you know, they got themselves quite a juicy weapon with that sniper, the car. Back to his FOD, they have really good run today. Have been very consistent. If they didn't get any chicken, didn't get every chicken for every round, but we talked about this before, right, Cloud? The bonus is just a bonus if you get yourself a chicken dinner anyways.
Yeah, at this point it is. Gotta agree with that. Eliminating points definitely play a big role, arguably a bigger role. So they've been doing that very well. So they changed their style. Yesterday they were like not doing that well. West Point Mamba took over. But glad to see FOD now they're back on track.
That's kind of true. But the thing is, West Point Mamba is the one that's kind of lost from the track here these days. Feels like they're being ambushed quite a lot. That's the thing, if you're number one in the first few days, right, a lot of target behind your back. A lot of teams will try to take you down. You don't want to... That's why we saw so many like international teams, even especially teams from China, right? They always try to keep it low until the last minute, where they start to push up everything, because they don't want to attract those attentions behind their back. They want to have the bullseye being the target for the other teams.
Oh yeah, that's very true. We've seen a lot of times that teams that like are on top very early, and why they slide down is what is because of themselves, sometimes stamina, sometimes like what you said, it's because other teams will be like, if we want to go to the top, we gotta take a top team. So I don't know, sometimes it's maybe not such a good idea to be top like very early on. And like what you said, a good example with the Chinese teams, they always like during the league stage, they're always like, okay, we chill, we can be, we can do just enough to go to the finals. But once in the final, holy smokes, they're a totally different team.
It's a different story entirely. Because remember what happened with HVVP as well. We're going to open up PMGC last season, PMGC story, okay? HVVP has been maintained constantly number one until the last minute, you know. It's great if you can constantly getting yourself number one at the end of the league. That's going to be a sublime performance. That was superb. If you can actually maintain that excellence. But the thing is, once you're at number one spot in the early of the leagues, you're going to be the benchmark of these guys. Like, if we manage to take them down, there's so many teams eager to take that place very fast. And that seat is very, very hot seat as well. So it's really risky to overexpose your trump cards or your tactics and strategy too early on as well. So I think it's very smart to actually strategically know where you can place yourself in the league and just put all out only during the playoffs.
Yeah, not every team can pull off a Xavier in the T finals last year. Yeah, but now Spooky, oh no, alone. And that's it.
Yep.
I was about to like hype it up, just like if you can pull much, but okay, that just ended.
It's just Spooky gets spook. So you can't do anything about it. It's going to be Master Zion, where they're pushing in. Caps is too far. I don't think they have enough when it comes to their gears to actually help him out. Because the fact that Cap's a bit hesitant to actually give support fire, that shows that he might not actually have enough gears, or maybe level 1 of everything, not even enough utilities when it comes to the smokes and grenades. That shows that he kind of have a slim chance to be saved there anyways.
And so, yeah, it feels bad, you know, like we eliminated this early. Oh no, now it's caps. It's because like you wait in the lobby for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes and you play as long as you wait. So it's very demoralizing.
Yeah, no, your waiting time is longer than you play.
Yeah.
That's
It's
the worst
sad.
part. It's not. It's sort of having this sort of a unfinished feeling. You know, it's not satisfied of your performance. That satisfaction is not filled up yet. But for West Point Mamba, there's gonna be two teams that you are rooting for right now. And FOD, they happen to be sharing the same compound. They happen to share in the same group as well, and happen to be sharing the same fate early on. Both teams, if they really want to commit to this brawl, feels like a bit too early right now.
Long range there. Did it? Based on the elimination feed, looks like not. Probably a lot of damage done. But now we can see that Michi is kind of caught. Managed to recover. But at the same time, Nang's eyes onto him. Joseph as well from afar. A little bit of a caught here between top two teams, and we're talking about number 1, number 2 now. FOD will be very happy if they can eliminate West Point Mamba.
Like a big statement given off if they can just shoo away West Point Mamba, and that's what they did for FOD. They got the high ground advantage. They won this compound for themselves, not willing to share it at all. And that's where West Point Mamba have to bow down and just go for this engagement, parting their ways, fall back, and just trying to re-establish a new different ground entirely. It's not worth fighting this too early on. It's actually a wise move coming on West Point Mamba. If you have your ego in the way, and it's going to be a bit of a problem for the entire team, because they might actually lose that fight. Look at the position of FOD. It's more solid than you can actually compare with where West Point Mamba was.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Debe? Okay. Did it there? From Spile's movement, looks like yes, but Debe managed to leak out through the back door.
Wow!
But look at the circle. Okay, at least we have a little bit more exciting of a circle.
That's so hot. Chev all the way down to the right side. This is way our projection of the previous circle. It's going down to Impala, down all the way towards the right side or the eastern side of the map. But Sen, oh man. Are they going for a show? Are they really challenging it? Well, they have some of their teammates nowhere to be found. Holy, you know what? You're just going to fall back for now. They're just going to give sort of a warning shot. Maybe not to cross over this area. That's what they're trying to do with that sort of statement. But Moy being pinned down from afar.
So many teams tanking out the blue. Hope they can get into the circle now that the hardship has happened. But now Sin against H2O, and they're all on the outside of it. 5 seconds before the zone close. Moy seems to be left alone with 10% of health. Not enough? Oh, okay, they're going to open up on the flank. So they managed to get one knockdown on the Toki. 3 more to go, and Moy's going in.
Now Sin is not happy that you hurt my friend, I hurt yours! And now Mo's trying to just camouflage from wherever their friend's fallen through. But Moy, he got revived just now, taking a bit of a sweet revenge against H2O. Go up doing the same thing. Look at how Holy just tapping it out. With that M16, Mo is just too much in the blue zone. This is not wise for him to actually force a fire. They need to get away from the blue zone first. They will be gatekept, but Sinu is really committed to this fight. Look how they invested into the blue zone as much as they can.
I know, right? They're willing to take it. Hopefully they can get back their return. But now FOD and KE going together. We are talking about the top few teams. Here we go.
FOD Nang cooking up the nade. We're kind of a long shot to a Sean, but look at Devon. Devon coming up from behind there. While they're trying to reset at the back line, we have West Point Mamba cooking up something at the back line. FOD stuck here. KE pushing it with Devon and Sean. John and also Easy not having it easy at all. We have Kaya on the flank side as well. This is not great. My oh my FOD! Where to run?
Oh, now burned down to ashes. FOD is just in, but then again, they seem to be shot from behind. Boyshon gets one for himself. Easy, toss in, but the name will not land onto anyone. Easy is caught on the lower ground, but Boyshon gets a nade on the John. But then again, it's going to be Easy all alone. 1v KE is going in. They'll be happy to eliminate the top team.
Oh, FOD. Easy! Left with him. What can he do? The last member surviving for FOD. They are the one that facing dangers right now as DBS prepared on Easy's hand. YG Marnet climbing up. Happens to be on top of everybody else there. KE. They need to wrap things up early because if not, they might be ambushed later on by the side of YG. But we do hear Ozjar coming in very late from the southern part. Same goes for GE and APG happen to be around Junkyard and clashes with two teams at the same time. And YG Marnet, low-key taking on the top. This might be the saving grace for FOD. YG arriving is just their saving grace here.
Yeah, YG will be a distraction. KE. And WT has arrived as well. Marnet on the top side. Now they're paying attention to YG. This is the moment that if Easy wants to escape, but does he have that information? I don't think he knows that YG directly helping him.
Oh, WT. Look at how Marnet plays himself way off angle and trying to give him extra support from the high ground. They do have West Point Mamba to deal with behind as well. Romeo Boy and Cute Lukey come up from the flank. Easy behind with the DBS. Like, if you guys running over here, KE, I'm gonna smack your face with the DBS.
Choo-choo, I just saw GE naded his own teammate. What happened there?
They are in the blue zone. Are they trying to deny points from the teams here?
Huh? Okay. It's happened again.
Happened. Yeah, feels like they might have a bit of a blunder moment. We might jump into that later on very soon, but right now it's a bit of a stalemate between these three teams here. Will they commit YG? Well, it feels like YG really want to gatekeep this area of the circle right now. They can. They got themselves the high grounds, but Enigma and SKR having a go as well. I'm not sure where he's with GE at the moment, but they're down to only two players there in the blue zone. Enigma on the other end being pinned down by SK on different angle entirely. Los Leones will not be part of the center of the circle. YG making sure KE cannot leave this building at all.
Oh, this is such a long standoff. But GE spending too much time on the blue. He goes out. Romeo tries to find a good angle, but no one's there on the ground floor. Everyone on the second floor, or at least on the stairs. Someone's on the ground floor as well. Romeo heard something. He knows someone's there. Marnet's taking another angle. And off angle there for Marnet, but no one shows sight.
Oh, Marnet wants to shoot so bad. Loki coming out from a different angle. Off angle coming up from the back line. He might spot it out easy as well. Romeo Boy start to push with the entry frag. Here comes Romeo Boy alongside with mate. WT push forward to a staircase. Loki coming up from behind. Over the flank just to make sure nobody else jumping off the window. They got one. They want to clear things out. They're housekeeping this entire team here. Marnet, make a big U-turn. KE down to one player. They are digging their grave when they're chasing over FOD earlier.
Oh, amazing to see that this area is still someone within the circle. And now finally Romeo goes down. It's going to be 1v1v1 that we're talking about here. Easy. Come here and be a third party. It's the right moment, but Marnet is coming in to give support. 2v1. WT can't find and go. And now Easy. He's still waiting for the right moment. He doesn't have any names to use. Now what? It's going to be Easy stopping Loki.
FOD, Easy has been there forever, finally picking himself out the right timing. And now trying to finish off Marnet. Oh, he missed one. Oh, WT behind him. Easy with a DBS. Oh, get it here, you. But not enough. Easy. Oh, playing ring around the rosy DBS. Oh, he needs a heal. He needs a reset. No time. My God. So close.
They heard the DBS. That's why they're not pushing in. But finally it's done. YG stands supreme. It's going to be out.
That's so close for FOD. It's been saying that commitment to stay is one thing, the courage to move forward is another, but H2, oh wow, that's so fast. No, so one of the few teams to be eliminated quite early on 12th place there. Sin, on the other hand, are going frenzy. They are really proactive this round. Look at how they scattered themselves across the map. Viper spotted out Falcon. Falcon are aware. They are on siege right now, trying to make sure they can actually defend themselves. But Sin can be the third party if they want to, backstabbing from behind.
Ooh, Falcon going on to Vipers. Seems to be the case since both of these teams currently in circle, and Viper, of course, they have power advantage, so it's going to be a disadvantage towards Falcon. Falcon might want to chill for now, or at least just distract Viper, just not to allow them to come towards Falcon, because they need where the SP is behind them. But at the same time, Newbie takes down Exit somewhere else.
Taking their own time not to make mistakes, and no mistakes can be done at all for them. We're down to halfway through week 1 already. Can afford to make one silly error. G-Lab spotted out SKR. Marcus will try to revive Exit, but Kai with a Mini 14 and Sky on Newbie definitely have their eyes towards the side of SKR here, but if they're not aware, Yahiko and Mewtwo might actually just take them from the flank side. Newbie just tried to overpick, straight away being shots fired on the side of SKR. And that's going to save the day for Exit for now. Marcos do have the vehicle, and SKR can live another way with 4 men well and alive. But can they leave Le Bandita? I'm not sure. VPRS or Vipers still having a stalemate against Falcon with Sin. I'm not sure where SP is right now. They're still lurking around the same corner here.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of their action just yet. But Sin at the same time is keeping to Falcon from afar. But APG seems to be in trouble with KR. They're fighting with each other, but APG seems to be losing the fight, 2 of them down. Now we'll look at Circle. Who will it favor? This will be the defining moment for these teams. And the Circle, nice and kind, right in the middle. Most of these teams currently in it.
West Point Mamba, Vipers, and Axis. They're taking the center stage for now. How long can they defend? No one has a clue. But Viper's still not allowing. It's still going to gatekeeping Falcon from moving forward. Same goes for Sin. Sin have to actually start to move here. They have to figure out whether to go for a long rotation to cut across. If they want to cut across, this is the best timing where they can actually ham down and sandwich for Falcon in between. But back to the side of a G-Lab. Still having a bit of a long-range scuffle between SKR here. Having a bit of a meet and greet. Bit of friendly welcoming from afar. A bit shy to go for CQC. But Aspie, here we go. It's going to be against Ozja.
Well, just as we mentioned, Aspie, not much action. Now we get, it's going to be Polly. And they're on the outside of the circle. They need to win the spy. The zone is closing in. Abe pinned down with the Molly. Polly with the AK in hand. Ranzer outside. But he can't get a good vision on the Ranzer. Yes, now he finally can. Shoot, but he cannot connect. And now Polly will be taken down. Oh no, Polly lost that fight. Ranzer, Dabe is down. There's nothing much that Panda and Jigsaw can do. But to escape, need to be careful that Skynin is behind them.
That's brutal from Renza to just swap over to that shotgun right in the face. The bear's bleeding out. There's no Aspie can actually save them. They're being cornered by Skynin and Campo on the other end, like you mentioned before. But the thing is, they can bail everything out if they got vehicles. It's more important for them to keep their survival for the sake of a team. G-Lab might be visiting WPM. Well, we do have cute Lokis everywhere now. YG happen to be eyeing up to West Point Mamba from afar. Now, Dragon and Scar, they definitely want to push forward. But Vipers versus Falcon, it has been going on for quite a bit. Finally start to make a move. It's going to be Sin. Look at how they're cooking up double nade from behind.
Oh, they managed to get one. Can they get more? Joe's currently in trouble. 40% health, but it's going to be Virgil from Max is stealing it. From where? Can't even see it, but he managed to get that elimination, stealing it away from Sin.
So the way on the east side, it's just Sin. They have to pick their poison here, whether to go against Falcon versus Vipers or they just go against the entire team differently at the far right of the corner of the circle. APG just arrived. Seems like this is something that's entertaining for them and attracting for them as well. You want to be bit pissed of it, but Falcon just flee. They don't want to be any part of this unnecessary fight, but Goblin got shot down by Ring while in the process of transitioning. Sin, on the other hand, pincering on Vipers. Now APG wants to turn in, take the Falcon stage before, and Vipers still holding this sort of a compound, not letting anything to bypass them.
Oh, there's like a Mexican standoff there. Everyone's waiting for the circle pop before they decide on their next move. And that won't be too long. It's about 10 seconds and we'll know what will be the next plan. At the same time, we can see Axis, they are safe in the compound. But will the circle still favor the circle moves across? They're going to be tough for Axis. But looks like Axis still be blessed by the circle.
And also always favor the player that remain as one player left. Falcon D2Y, the last remaining member of Falcon right now in the center, nearby the airdrop, but there's no way he can reach out for the airdrop, as Viper still have their eyes on him, still trailing down his steps. Sin also might do the same thing, but look at how Vipers can actually just gatekeep two teams at the same time. SKR might actually bump into a three-way war against G-Lab and also WPM on top and the northern side axis. They will actually gatekeep Osja from the southern part, so a lot of gatekeepers this time.
Oh yeah, Vipers will be one of them. And Vipers right now, they are holding APG. Where'd APG go? They have a Pico. If they have information, they can rotate on northern side, but the time is not on their side too. The blue is closing, meaning there's little room to play with. At the same time, they have Vipers to deal with. This is the worst case scenario for APG.
There's little to no room in any minute now. They have to actually start to move. It's not worth investing too much resources, getting nothing out of it. SKR on the other hand, take a bold move, moving forward. Zealous of it. Escardi been bombed down immediately. And it's down to Dragon to open a play for G-Lab. Do he choose surviving, or he wants to go for another round? WPM is just breathing behind his neck. APG force himself pushing into Vipers. And now they start to move and making a bit of a not so well comeback.
Oh, Rain will be taken out as well. Looks like APG did it too. APG managed to win the fight, and now they managed to find themselves a way to go.
He's got a blessing for YG as well. Look at how they just arrived here instead of there. G-Lab Dragon cooking up the nade, trying to get himself out of the skirmishes. WPM forcing him to fight. SKR around him. Sin on the other hand, taking on D2Y. Wait, what? D2Y, can you clutch this one, buddy? It's gonna be him cooking up the nade. Less than 20 meters apart. Grew up. Cancel out to cook up the nade. Now the smoke dissipate. Grew up. He lands the shot. He's gonna perfect and go one team down, because this is gonna be last member of Falcon here.
Ooh, who will take out who? Okay, Molly. Molly on go up. Process the Molly, will it land? We're not too sure, but now we're back on the action where we have 4 teams. See that we can see that Dragon is taken out. G-Lab seems to be in trouble, but no, not though. G-Lab is eliminated.
So fast for this guy's just wiped the floor clean. SKR finding Musk. Musk tried to clutch 1v3 there while the rest of them trying to get a reset. Musk got one! He got one! And now he might go to never mind. The rest of the team finish off by Marcus. SKR, they know exactly how to play this.
Oh yeah, and with the top teams eliminated, it opens up room for SKR to move up in the overall chart, and that's going to be the important. Oh, speaking about Mewtwo, check that out.
Mewtwo wanting to go for more spot out exit. There you go. Just gonna be a bit of a warning shot towards that side. YG in the open, quite a flat plane there, if you ask me. Nothing to take covers with. Loki got himself prepared with mini fort and haystacks to take cover from, but other than that, I mean, like, at least they are in the circle. If you compare with some teams that's not even inside of it. Access, Virgil, Chi-Chi, and also Nasty and Amir. I noticed that Baby's not playing this time, but Nasty's taking this round instead. So they are quite spreading out, making sure they will cover every angle in case I'll just try to ambush and push in.
Right, here we go for APG. Again, another chance for them. They need to get into the circle. It does not favor them. It has not favored them in the past few circles. But this time they have Falcon to deal with. But look at who has arrived. It's going to be Ojas on the citizens. Falcon! Falcon is out.
Access, Virgil. Live to see another day. Go up will be helped by Holy Laundry. But the thing is, this is the slowest vehicle, the tankiest 2000 HP, yes. But in this state of the open field, you don't want to use that minivan right now! Oh, man! Where did that shot came from? It was coming up from YG. Loki, where did he stand himself to get such a clear view?
Oh my goodness, that just happened. But now, just in the blink of an eye, we're down to the top 4 teams. And look at this Axis, they still maintain a full squad. They have a
SKR.
chance to start their chicken dinner.
Same goes for SKR here. The funny thing is, usually the teams with 4 men, sometimes there's too many eyes watching them. In the end, it's going to be HPG or why you still have a shot in this. I'm not surprised if they've been taken down, even though they have 4 men all squad right now, because look at how aggressive they feel and they get. Because they do know for a fact they got 4 men well alive. They got themselves vehicles just straight away going for YG. 1 knockdown. They got that 1 entry point knockdown. They're straight going for the rush.
Ooh, here we go! It's the rush, but Mewtwo goes down. He's just too far away to get back up. Marcos now happened to be the second last man. Pops it out. His teammate needs to come in. Axie has a nade. Axie knows what he's at. But again, he keeps the nade. Tosses on WT and that's gonna but not even bring it down. Mark will be there to clean it up.
That was excellent play by Monet just now, but it just couldn't be enough for him with the blue zone pressure on them as well. SKR, they miscalculated Monet's capability to spray, hold that barrel down, losing 2 men in the process when they thought they can ambush in. But man oh man, what a valiant effort coming up from YG, but we down to 3. SKR down to 2 with Axis. This might be it, Cloud. They got 4 men well and alive here.
Yes, this might be it. This might be the more access. They just need to move in at the right moment. Virgil together with Arme is going to pair up. Nasty with Chi behind. And now Virgil and Arme, they need to take care of SKR. Chi and Nasty, they're going to look over APG. Now the nade, being prepped up. They're going to toss onto the inside. But looks like they change it back to their weapon. They still have a DBS. A weapon to be used for the final 3 circles.
At the same time, still too far from them to actually change over to DBS. They're not that too close either. Quite a distance between them. Around 90 meters, 80 meters apart possibly. Less than that maybe. But still not enough to down to 20 meters for them to actually use that DBS to be in handy yet. Marcus and Exit trying to find ways to actually close in the gap between them. APG and for the side of Teeth. They're being actually pinned down by Axis so bad. Look at how Axis is holding 2 angles at the same time, forming a 2-2 formation. Nasa and Chi-Chi make sure they have their eyes on the side of APG. Finish off Teeth straight away, leaving Kid behind. Axis and Marcus. If they're not being favored by the blue zone, yeah, there's no way out anymore. The moment they show themselves, their heads to face check what happens or trying to move forward. Vigil just gonna spray them down like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, here we go. Of course, this is the 9th base of the circle. Means it's going to close entirely. That means Axis need to get away from blue. But they need to do KR, the nade. Number 1 toss. They have 2 nades being prepped up. Virgin together with the double nade onto SKR. He will not connect. Axis has his own nade, but he does good toss onto Axis. SKR. They have nowhere to go. They still have a buggy, but Mark take out the blue. Marcos almost taking out the blue. They were so risky, but no! It's going to be the kill. It out. Axis cleaning it up.
Down to APG, who left with 1 member earlier than a side of SKR, but now this is going to be a goodbye. We're going to have to say it early, but it's going to be winner chicken dinner for the side of Axis. There's no way Kid can clutch this. He got a reset with behind a haystack, but Nasty coming up from the flank, going off angle entirely, pushing forward with Chi-Chi. He tries to pick, the Kid still survives. Chi-Chi got pinned down quite a bit of number. A lot of damage taken. Kid cooking up the nade. Molly's been sent out by Chi-Chi first. Nasty coming in with the vehicle, pushing forward. It's gonna be it. Finally wrapping things up with Axis, getting that chicken dinner.
Finally, Axis getting that chicken dinner. A team that's struggling at number 19. Coming up, and it's chicken dinner for them. It's going to be Axis Fighter.
Fighting it out all the way down. I mean, like, man, oh man. What an ending. And I have to give also so many good sprays, so many good plays. Even coming up from APG, the Kid, before he goes down, I mean, like, I'm going to secure 1 more extra. I'm not going to go down first. Skrrr, SKR, you go down. And I saw how YG Monet just now pushing out. SKR has been really aggressive. How they just trying to ambush everybody out. They're kind of digging their own grave as well. But Axis, they almost got it before finally sealing the deal. This time MVP is gonna be Chi-Chi.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter whether it's this round or whether it was that round that she got that chicken or that she survived up to the top 2 for Axis. Chi-Chi deserves the MVP. Well deserved. And this is the first female in our wildcard to get an MVP.
That's kind of true, and this is going to be a big moment for us to actually accept the fact, hey, you know what? Whatever your agenda is, it's all about your technicalities, your skills, and how you play the game. And also when it comes to elimination, the travel of distance, SK are really moving a lot in the map. Same goes for APG.
Yes, they work hard. Yeah, not gonna lie about that. A lot of work put there by SKR. They are a very good team. We did talk about them. No data, no problem. Well, till now, to date, they're still no chicken dinner, but a second place, and they're fairly consistent. Anyone would take that.
Oh, we would take it any day now. But at the same time, I mean, like, this is a bit quiet at first for side of Myanmar. Expecting a bit more aggressive in the second week, because it's still first week. A lot of teams still tippy-toe themselves around certain teams just to make sure that they make the right decision or not. You know, it's still sort of an experimental first week for them. They don't want to jeopardize too many things in the first week here. So maybe when it comes to the second week, a lot of teams will have nothing else to lose to push forward. But when it comes to SKR though, they're playing this as though they have played this like their last day. That's just how aggressive they can get. Look at how much elimination. That's why I've been pointing out a lot for SKR. They have been moving all around.
Oh yeah, and despite them not getting chicken, what's more important are the points. So they managed to get the most points with 7 total. But Axis with that chicken dinner, still 14 points. Gotta give it finally that chicken dinner. APG and YG as well, double digit in terms of points. But on the flip side, G-Lab and SPMP, no points for them in this round. But my eyes looking at West Point Mom and FOD, the number 1, number 2 team, only 2 points and 1 point each.
Oh man.
Whoa.
What a close neck to neck. I'm saying up to the point of this 8 plates here, they can actually still climb up to number 1 anytime, any day they want. Because it's reachable, within reach for up to the 8 place. 9 place is doable, but they kind of need that consistency coming from GE. FV on the other hand, they start to slowly have sort of a good momentum, but still need a bit of a tiny more push. But the top 8 though, especially the top 3, it's just incredible.
Why, oh my. I mean, just too bad for Axis, right? This chicken dinner, they are still at number 19. I would have wished that they push it up a little bit. Gap is just too significant for them. But hey, who knows? This could be that moment. Like, okay, you got chicken dinner. They did do a little bit of a substitution for their lineup, and maybe that will be like their secret ingredient to finally find that chemistry. And this might be the lineup that can bring them back up to at least the top 8.
I just hope they get their chemistry really going, because tomorrow is the last day of our first week, right, Cloud? I mean, like, tomorrow is going to be the end of week 1. If you can't get things right, it's going to be a bit of a problem for you to hop into week number 2, because it's going to impact the entire way since day number 1. That's just how brutal the format right now is.
It is. So, and if you're down there, you'll be shuffled with teams that you don't want to play with too. So that's something that you need to consider. So yeah, I mean, I do hope, like, I think Choo, every season with this start, right, we'd like to see like teams at the bottom do well. And looking at Axis finally getting this chicken dinner, it's amazing. I mean, as a casual viewer, I think it's an amazing feeling, irregardless.
Now we have to push our amazing feeling for a bit of a downtime first, because we need to take a break. So see you guys for our final match in day number 4 later after this.
Wake up.
Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Welcome back to the last game for today, the PUBG Mobile Professional Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Together with me, Sir Cloud, and of course the amazing Choo Choo.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna buy you that lunch or dinner / dinner. It depends on when you want to have it. Okay, when you want to have it. That was I mean, like, not that explosive as I hope it would be for Myanmar, because usually things get really messy in Myanmar. Maybe they're just tipping their toes around the teams. But for the last match of the day, nothing else to lose. For the next one, we do have, I think it's going to be Team A, B, C, D. So the death group that you mentioned earlier, which is going to be Group E, Sin, WPM, Falcon, and FOD, will not be playing this one.
Yeah, so they'll be sitting out. That means we need to switch our predict. But what we don't need to switch is our love for the Neon Assassin's Power skin, the new Power 4 series that's currently available right now. 4 skins for you to choose from. But why choose when you can have them all? Collect all these 4 skins. Some you don't know when it will come back. So make sure you add this to your collection. Keep it forever in PUBG Mobile. Show it to your friends. Create content out of it. I guess we'd like to see your showcase of your content, some clutch plays, some amazing long-range shots. We want to look at it too.
Yeah, flex over with Silver Guru said as well when you're doing your content, okay? Just flex when you can, because not everybody have this cosmetic. And this is one of my favorite one. You know what? I don't know how the animation looks like for the Silver Guru set yet. If you get an elimination, does it actually give away like sort of animation in the kill feed like the ice M4160? It'd be really cool if it happens to be like thunder coming out.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know yet. But why? For you guys out there, you have it. Create content. Tag us. We'd like to check it out. But what you guys should check out as well is to have faith in yourself. Just like what Master Bruce Lee likes to say. And make sure you add this to your clan. If you saw it during one of the advertisements, we actually have like the live performance of people cosplaying Bruce Lee, and that was amazing. Make sure you get that expansion, the legendary Bruce Lee.
Now you did your content, where to share it. Don't forget to share all your social medias in this, or even follow these social medias and tag us as well, which is going to be, if you're in Malaysia or Singapore, even Philippines and Myanmar, we all have your respective, even for Cambodia, for the fan of PUBG Mobile, it's going to be a fan page of PUBG Mobile Esports for each of a region. But don't forget for our TikToks as well, if you're in Singapore, it's going to be pubgmobile.esports.sg, or PUBG Mobile Philippines, or PUBG Mobile Myanmar, and tag us away in your gameplay. Now for the next one, we're going to head over to our last Miramar. A, B, C, D, E is not playing like we mentioned before. Now this is where things get feisty, Cloud.
Yo, yeah, this is the moment, and it's going to be the last game for today. That means all out before we tabulate the scores, and then we'll see who is on. And the fact that our powerhouses are not playing in this last round, meaning that a lot of opportunity for teams to actually catch up. And we are looking at you, teams like KE, teams like SKR, to dethrone these two teams that have been holding that number 1, number 2 spot for the past few days.
Now, speaking of the teams that you mentioned before, are you putting them in your prediction?
Ooh, let's go! And there you
what?
have it. Okay, all right.
I think this is the
let's-
previous game, but
Yeah,
okay.
magically change that again. Bring!
Is it possible for me to magically change again? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. But like what we talk about in the previous round, right? We like to see underdog teams, or like, you know, teams at the second page. So here you go, team page. Let's go.
Yeah, for me, for the sake of all time's sake, I do want to go for BG this time as well. Just in case, you know, because we want to see these teams that have been going on, like one of the OGs, the old teams, the legendary teams that's been in the pro scene for the longest time, but haven't got their, you know, their breakthrough yet.
I know, right? Burmese goals, Southeast Asia. Anyone has been following esports scene in general in Southeast Asia, you would know Burmese goals, right? So I really do hope that they can step up their game. It's like for APG as well, another name that's been around, Falcon as well, a name that's been around. So these are some of the names that at one point of time, it's common for see them doing well, but so far not so. But like what you say, right? Sometimes it's like maybe they just don't want to do well yet. They want to keep it for when it matters.
When does it really matter? Because this is where things start to matter when it comes to the first week. And now, speaking of Enigma, they haven't got a good run here today. I'm still voting out for them. So far, all my predictions haven't got, except for KE though. They have been performing consistently regardless of how whatever curse is on them. But when it comes to Enigma, this kind of feels like a bit of a ups and down for them today. Same goes for TX. And TX haven't have any good run entire day here today.
Yeah, they're like what? 3 too soons pretty much so far. Only I think 2 points for today. So they have a lot of work to do for the final round.
So maybe a sort of PB. No, PB has been really aggressive. I can tell you that. They got quite a number of eliminations. But when it comes to placement-wise, it's just not in their favor yet. That's the biggest issue for PBE. But we mentioned before, we saw so many teams, and 2 teams particularly, that didn't actually need that much of chicken and still make it up to the top 5 or top 8 here.
Yeah, but at least think the Choo-Choo's advice, right? The Choo-Choo's advice, go for elimination points. He's trying to do exactly that. It's like, you know what? Forget about place. As long as he can collect elimination points, that's good enough. They try. But they, at the same time, you know what? They have not that much to lose because like they're like for 16 right now. So, what could go further? Yes, they could drop a little bit more further, but then again, they have more to gain if they try to go it, and they could climb up.
And that's what happened to SK Artists now. That just proven with that sort of elimination, even though they didn't get a chicken, still managed to top out that match rank when it comes to that certain match or certain round at number 1 spot. So it's down to the players whether they have the confidence to actually duke it out early on. Do you want to sit it out for first few circle, or do you want to wait it till the time that really matters? We're gonna head into our Miramar right now.
And this is the last game for today. Here we go, Miramar, the final match of week 1, day number 4. fifth. Let's go, Marama, and the flight path
Yep.
will be from
Stay
Impala
number 4 now.
up all the way
That
to
is true.
Oasis.
But what we don't know is it's going to be match number 5, finish the day 4 with a bang. Because coming up from Impala up to La Cabrera, maybe up to Oasis. We haven't seen any Oasis circle for quite some time now. Now, if only we can see it again for one last glimpse. But the thing is, will any of the teams want to drop unusual drop spots and try to force the brawl early on? Because we haven't seen any of them trying to do that yet. It's too much at risk to actually pull that one out.
Ooh, early draws. Yummy, yummy, yummy. That sounds very interesting. Keeping my eye on Impala though.
And back about the match right now, we're having a bit of a quite equal drops from these guys. Not too shabby, except for those who want to drop around Valdim. Might have a bit of a problem here. So back towards the game. So far, some teams are not sharing. Definitely none of them still sharing anything. But I'm looking at Ozja and GE. Are they actually have potential to actually go into the same sort of a compound or not? But we might having a bit of a dicey sort of a circle because we might ended up in the center of Picado here, Cloud.
Right. Let's see. But looks like the Impala fight didn't really happen. I guess everyone's like, you know what? We still have one more day to go, so there's still some things to lose. So that's why like the brawl doesn't happen yet. Maybe the brawl might happen tomorrow since the last day of the week.
No, yeah, nothing else to lose. I mean, like, week 1 can close and wrap things up anyways. And they might have the reshuffle of the group later, which is going to be dicey for the teams that don't want to be in the group together. They might have to force to play entire week with each other all along. But look at Ozja sharing with 3 teams in total, including themselves with TX. Aaron, before we have... Aaron just swerved himself out of the way. So lucky.
I know, right? And he's all alone. Imagine he's like, okay, I just go all out. I'm like thinking about my girlfriend or whatever. And all of a sudden, surprise! Luckily, he stopped there.
Yep. Luckily, they didn't try to hunt him down. Maybe because they don't have enough utilities. They just got himself, you know, running for vehicles first. They have nothing on them as well if they try to punch it out to the side of Aaron just now from the side of TX. But H2O, this is where we can pull the puns here.
Okay,
No
here we
water,
go.
no problem. Yeah, there you go.
So H2O currently 57 points. Still need to work on a lot as well. I guess I would say that they're one of those teams that I would want to see get a chicken dinner too. I mean, want to see every team at least go home or at least end the campaign with a chicken dinner, irregardless.
Yeah, because for me, right, even though they perform in the wildcard, oh wow, newbie taking on Skynin, Ozja, Zojas for the short form. Newbie taking the first blood here. Skynin was really performing the last map as well in the previous maps. Now feels like he's been stunted by the fact that newbie already shot him down quite early on, finish off straight away. That's why you have a bit of a, you mentioned before, the unsatisfying feeling of you wait in the lobby, excited for the game. It was less than a minute for you to actually finish things off.
Yeah, and can you imagine like because this place they're like together, right? They'll be like, okay guys, let's go, everyone, hyped up, yeah, high five each other, do the let's go, and then you're too soon. It's very sad, you know.
Yeah, it's sort of an unsettling feeling that you feel like I haven't even performed yet. Give me a shot there, guys. Like, give me a chance to actually see myself do better. But it's just being shut down entirely by the side of I think it was, who was it again? I forgot about it. One
yeah,
of
they
those
just happened
teams.
that fast, right?
One of those teams, yeah. I did mention
yeah.
his name earlier. But we mentioned about some teams here. I do want to mention about the teams that they don't, even though they are #1 spot in the league right now, right? They also have to prepare for C League in the future because they have to know that every different region have different level and standard of play. So even though they got themselves a #1 spot in the league, they need to prove themselves even further. Not just the wildcard, even further. Are they prepared for a step after this?
Well, yeah, that would be the next level challenge, right? But looking at the teams that have performed so far in the wild card, I think they definitely can. They definitely can make the other teams from other regions a run for their money, if you ask me. As long as they can continue their aggressive gameplay, like even SKR as well, very well aggressively played. No chicken, no problem for them. Currently number two. If they can prove this kind of gameplay even at that bigger stage, I think they will send a statement that, hey, don't forget about the wildcard teams. We can play as well as anyone else.
That's true. And for me, right, the most advantageous team coming up even in sea levels is going to be the World Cup teams. One of the reason I said so because if you compare it with the other regions like Indonesia, Thailand, even Malaysia, right, they have their own respective PMPL here. But they are fixed to one region sort of a gameplay. Whilst Wildcard, they have to adapt so fast. They have to learn the capability to adapt so fast because it's different regions all mixed up together for the Wildcard. So their adaptability to learn and adapt with the gameplay faster is actually in their hands.
Yeah, it is. It is. I believe that all of it is, of course, in their hands. It's just a matter of how they want to do it.
Yeah, executing.
Yeah, executing it as well, and whether they can keep up to the mental strength. Of course, we're talking about a league. It's not like a 3-day tournament whereby you're done with 3 days and that's all over. This one, you need to keep it up for like at least 10 days and at most like 13 days. It's a lot of days.
It's a good thing actually for the players, so they can build up their confidence, their profile, as well as their personality as a player, the characters they try to build up within this short amount of time. Which still, for me, 2 weeks is a short amount of time for a league, but it's still enough for them to build up themselves, to progress their gameplay into a different standard entirely. But it's down to whether they're willing to learn as fast as they could or not. That's it. Can they absorb as much as a sponge?
Yeah, true. Well, at least for wildcard this time around, in previous wildcard editions, it's only like 3 days and they're done. Or was it 2 days? It's either one. But this is, I think, at least the first time, or maybe the first time in the longest time, that a wildcard is a league. So it's a different game for them, right? As compared to the country PMPLs, from 3 weeks it became 2, but for wildcard it expanded from like 2-3 days to like 2 weeks. So that's a lot of room for them to adapt each other.
I agree. I'm loving the fact that they expanded it to more days here. So we get to see more wildcard to actually be more creative when it comes to their strategy and their metas here. So they got a bit of a more exposure, and plus they can feel the real tense when it comes to playing the real league as a long run league and get used to it, having a different mindset entirely to prepare themselves in the future. And not just that, they garnered themselves and how they built up being, how do I say this, their formations to put variety on it to get more unpredictable in the future is also one thing. Not this much of variation, like how they just bomb and kisses their faces with vehicles. I hope it's something else when it comes to the gameplay. So yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, you gotta think about it. The next stage of the tournament is going to be a league.
Again,
yeah, it's going to be another league. So I think it's also fair, right? Like you have this league that teams can be tested whether they are fit for a league or not, and then the best of the best will go on to the next round. That's also a league, rather than a 3-day and then you head on to a league. It's like not that matching. But with this kind of matching, then you can see the adaptability. A lot of things are a little bit more closer to each other in terms of the format. So you know that that team, whoever it is, will be the best of the best team to go on to play next round.
Yep. I do hope that happens though. But for what happening right now, Burmese Gourmet taking a CQC with Vipers. Taking away whatever that's left. That is try to salvage what's left of BG and try to fall back as far as they can against Vipers. BG made a wise move. They couldn't afford to lose more, even though Spoogel's really low right now. But it's not worth fighting. It's too early on in the second circle right here. But imagine, Cloud. One of the sea champions one day coming up from World Cup. That's going to be wild.
Wow. I don't think we have ever got a wildcard champion before at sea?
Yeah.
No. So
Imagine.
if they can do it, yeah, it's gonna be history. Wow.
It's going super well. I mean, it's going to be leave all the other regions baffled about how did they become so good? Maybe one of them reason they need this kind of league, a long-term league, this long days league that kind of build up their bond, their chemistry, and the synergy with the team, the dynamics. They get to learn better. But for SP now, spotted out BG. BG from the pan to a fire. Nowhere to a place to go, or nowhere a place to call home here. From one point, they're leaving out against one team, and now have to just pinch at themselves against another team. Wow! What a distance!
Wow, it's none other than Ranger. The guy who was previously with RSG, has experience playing in the country PMPL. Now showing his stuff.
How many meters was that?
Long range shot there.
I think that was around 400 meters apart. Possibly. That's so far.
Yeah, I wish we could have like a stat so we'll see that. But for Chewy, unfortunately, it's going to be Burmese Ghost taking it out and Flash Vision. Ooh. Losing Chewy early on. It has been a couple of rounds that Chewy actually got eliminated early.
Yeah, it's a bit hasty coming out from FV just now. They thought there's nobody else when they shot down an SP, but the thing is, there's a different team entirely what's in front of them and what across them. It's going to be BG. They didn't shoot down on BG earlier. And the worst part is that they can't do anything about it when they're trying to retrieve their mate. Back to start of FV. Spotting out BG. Now BG finally garnered the attention coming out from FV, by the way. It's really a shame they got themselves an entry frag just now. G Lab, I'm not sure where are the rest of the teammates here.
Yeah, all of a sudden we see Dragon bumping onto another team and eliminated immediately. But now look at Circle, it does not favor these two teams. But Ares from Flash Vision goes down. Now we're coming back to Flash Vision. Ranger, the last man standing with TBS. Can he pull over clutch here? But no, just too much for him to handle. 2v1 at the lower ground. His chances are pretty low anyway. But coming from behind, wait a second, it's going to be an Axis.
Not just YG coming in as well to his Vipers. My god. Out of sudden, La Bendita just suddenly so corrupted. And the worst part is just around the crate as well. You saw how it was painful for Nex to actually see a 90-degree uphill climb just now, just with the shotgun. Back to the side of SP with PBE, sharing same around the corner, but Aspie just gonna play it really slow. Now, Aspie is one of the teams that's really more, their main objectives towards more their rotation instead of, you know, trying to pin down a couple of eliminations there. They try to play as safe as possible and just take an advantage when there's a window of opportunity to actually shoot things down, but not willing to actually push things over when they're not needed.
Ooh, Jigsaw, but before that, Astro Axe goes down to Newbie. Somewhere else, unfortunately. But the good news is that it seems to be a long range, so Camper can go and pick him up. But Astro Axe, oh, they're taking this slowly. Camper with a smoke in his hand, so he's not going to take any risks. Smoking it up, get onto Astro Axe. But he needs to do it fast. G-Lab is coming in.
I don't feel like it's fast enough, really, Cloud. Look at that. They're already there with the flying buggy. Hello. What are you doing? Are you trying to revive a friend or amongst the smoke? It doesn't seem true. Wait, why? Why the switch? Oh, no.
Wait,
Astro still clutching out.
Oh, no. He didn't see it in time, but now it's not to Scotty. Oh, can he do it? Scotty, the smoke. The smoke. Newbie's coming in from behind. Coming to back him up, but Scotty managed to finish them off just in time before the counter comes in. And that is going to be number 14 for OJS.
That was almost a blunder for G-Lab. They missed it within the smoke. They almost got entirely team out just now. Lucky enough, they're still alive with 2 men. Even though it's just 2 men coming from Austria just now. But they still secure 2 more points before going down. That's huge coming up from Austria still.
Oh, that was a crazy moment. If the opponent was eliminated instead, would have been arguably one of the biggest blunders. But good thing that didn't happen. So they still live to tell the tale another day.
I do hope nobody else actually having themselves to blend in the blunders, but Vipers, I'm not sure how they ended up here with very low HP. But Minas Generalis is where they don't want to be. Oh, Spade! How speedy he gets into the vehicle just so he knows for a fact that the Blues will kill him. I don't think they have enough utilities to have the first aids going on. It's not healing up to full HP yet, but they have to face against Axis if they were to walk into this compound right now.
Yeah, and Axis, a little bit on the roll. So far, 1 elimination point for them. They're pumped up from that chicken dinner, it seems. And they definitely want more. They don't want to be at the bottom. But they need to deal with Vipers, who's... yesterday was a good day, but today's like, not as hype as yesterday, though.
I mean, like, they are proactive.
Anyway.
They got 6 eliminations by now for Vipers. They've been very active. I mean, like, we're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah. If things going really well for Vipers, if they clutch this against Axis, it's gonna be a big role for them. Not even kidding.
Oh, YG, what just happened there? But now they're going on to SP, but Vipers was the one to shoot YG from the side.
Still YG getting on SP right now. SP has been waiting there forever, but still, if they're not moving, they'll be hunted down, definitely. PBE, the ones that actually taking on YG, even though they tried for the side of Vipers, they couldn't actually clip any of those third party just now. TX starting to move against another team, but YG sweeping the floor clean while keeping things up with Luke as well, just gonna revive him. But look at Mumboy. Oh, and cool, they're gonna cook up the nade. This is gonna be a really crucial moment for them to have a reset. They even finish off Romeo boy, and also his mate just now trying to pick up. Sando, can he actually do this against PBE?
Oh, Momboy going in. He knows he has that. No, he knows he has the advantage. Hey, dude. You can do that. Hiya. But now Momboy going in to get to be cool. Definitely no chill for the both of them. 2v1 advantage towards PBE. They just need to find the right angle. And PBE does the job. YG's out.
Almost for YG to actually survive a bit longer, but not going to be enough. APG surrounded by the side of H2O. I'm loving how H2O these days have been very aggressive. More reactive towards the fights, but... Oh! AK wallbang? Wait, what? Wait, I'm holy. And now APG finish off more straight away. Down to Fred.
Daddy.
Fred is down.
Close.
Where's Labo? Where's Toki?
Wait, what? Who took them out? It's
Enigma.
Enigma from afar. From off-screen, taking the mouse, stealing the points away.
Where did Enigma shoot that from?
What?
Spooky is so wide apart from the rest of the team. Now Enigma taking advantage to jump in before they get a reset here. Oh, H2O.
Oh no, H2O. Kupar is there. King Kupar himself. 1v2. He has backup behind him though, and there goes Toki. Last man standing level. 1v2. We only 10% of health. Chances on his side, and that is it for H2O.
There's so many third party taking advantage of a team that just licking their wounds. Didn't manage to lick it over. They just ran it down. Didn't even have time to just reset and reassess for now. You don't have time to just reset things these days. It's just run and gun all the way. KE spotted out PBE, who has been firing upon the side of GE before. And now KE taking a fight against, Viper's still there.
Ooh, looks like fight after fight is going to happen as KE comes in. But KE, take it at slow mo. There's a nade. There's a nade on the other side. Ranking goes down. Momboy knows exactly where Davan is at, but Davan! The nade will not land onto him. Rankid could be taken out.
Momboy cooking another nade, less than 50 meters apart. The top has arrived, but Momboy did he toss that nade just now? Who got a clue? Devon is finally down. KE top rushing into Momboy. The top. Oh, he's been bringing around the Rosie. Wait, what? How? Momboy turning quite a bit for the top to actually finish things off. Rankin will be actually revived by Cool, but GE coming in as well. PBE, they're stuck in the corner, left, right, and center. Everybody just taking the advantage to fight against PBE.
Oh my goodness, we're not done yet with the action here. As Aaron goes down, Radkid tries to get away. Radkid with 10% of health. Radkid is still alive. Good thing he managed to run that vehicle. went sky high. That was a risk that he took. Imagine if he jumped too early, he would have been knocked down.
Man, PBE managed to barely make it out just now, but Raymond might actually be the sacrificial lamb for the team. They couldn't have the space to save him at all. GE, on the other hand, switch over their visions to the side of KE. Vipers got himself quite a comfortable place to just scout things out. Look at how they're still there with the most eliminations, plus got themselves a bit of an elevation for their view. And Nasty and the rest of Axis kind of in a turmoil, in an ordeal, stuck in a corner where the Blue Zone will finish them off slowly but surely. The moment they step out from this compound is an open battlefield that just represent himself in front of Vipers, and even Enigma coming in. Koopa and QB, here we go.
Well, they don't need to step out. The action is coming to them. Koopa together with QB, let's go. And not only that, Caps has arrived too. Free for the Enigma, wants to take out Axis. Axis needs to reset quickly. Caps has arrived. Shots fired off by Caps, but the state that the Blues closing in. Going to put pressure onto them. Caps trying to find a good angle. Koopa transferring off the rest of Axis. Axis in trouble. The last man standing, and even that they've been taken out, and Axis is out at number 8 with 1 elimination point.
Man, I thought Vipers the one guarding them, but definitely there's going to be one team rushing into that without thinking twice. Nigma, you know what? Okay, compound clear. Let's move to the next one. Look at how they are so active on the map. They're taking PBE under their radar. And there's also GE on the other side of the slope of a hill here. Don't forget about Vipers. They're not inside of a safe zone yet. Even though they got comfortable with their position, they're not budging. The circle just shifted away from them. While for the side of SKR, they're taking a warehouse. We do know warehouse is great. It's a huge compound, but when we step out of it, it's going to be an open battlefield again. TX, Zen and Sonic coming up from the flank side. There's another two, Aaron and Hang, fighting against no T4K and Exit at the same time. But the thing is, which one they would pick? Because right now feels like SKR are a bit confused about where to go next.
Ooh, or maybe they're waiting for the circle to close. Or maybe not. They seem to be on their vehicle. But let's see what they're going to do right now. TX on the other side. TX is still alive. They are now the top 7 team. But it does look like they will wait for the circle. They're just moving their vehicle. But wait a second. Oh, GE from the top of that hill. A long range on the TX.
GE take a bold move here. They don't have compound. They do have the slope of a hill. They're utilizing it so well with their environment, with the geography being provided for them, and play it just amongst the slopes. They got themselves an airdrop as well. That's a huge upgrade for them. And not just that, they're next to PBE. They've been eyeing out PBE the whole time. But GE, they can take this 2 ways. Whether they want to go for the back line with only 2 players of PBE, or make it 3 right now with TX also in front of them. They can pick whoever they choose.
Wow, that is Lady Luck smiling on the GE. How often do you see an airdrop just dropping right on top of your squad? Man, that is just a whole level of luck there. But now 1 minute, and let's see who will be forced to move. There are a couple of players still on the outside of the circle, but most of the teams are in it, so they have markers of their own to get into the circle. It should be fine. We might see more action in the next phase.
Yep. So far, still leading off. Now, Enigma getting 8. You saw how Enigma just running gun. You know what? We're going to jump over this. You're going to jump over that. And then just, yeah, there's another team. Let's go for it. Let's go. And got himself quite a number of elimination points just within a short amount of time. Look at how spooky Caps and QB. There's only 3 of them. But they're playing like they have like entire 10 men. I'm not sure where the 4th for now. But QB speaking Caps. They are trying to spot out on PBE. But Vipers is in their way. So they have to approach this very meticulously to make sure they're not making any sort of error at all.
Oh yeah, they gotta be careful there. Not sure if they have the information that PBE is waiting for them. PBE, they have the structure advantage. But now let's look at the circle. 5 seconds, and we will know the next circle. Who will it favor? I have a feeling that all these teams will be forced to move. But let the circle tell the tale itself. And yes, they will be forced to move out into the open. Only 1 team is within it.
And 1 team is so hell of a lucky team. They don't have to budget, can even gatekeep all the teams down there in the southern part. But the thing is, I have a feeling, coming up from the side of Enigma, they are still taking the circle so well. Look look at how they are splitting themselves into two, but they have visitors from the behind. PBE is just too occupied with the Vipers right now. Enigma, QB, and Cap can actually push this forward. KE trying to be the third party as well. There's going to be three-way war on the other side. Enigma Cooper fighting lonely against the entire team of SKR. What was he thinking?
Oh, he's not done yet. Drive-by, can he get the both of them? But no, like what you said. Maybe he was kind of forced for it, but Marcos is there to help him out, to clean them up. QB super duper low at this moment. Marcos just need to do the business, but Marcos, he went for the heal. If only Marcos was the QB super low.
Oh no, QB managed to reset himself, but it's going to 2v1 there. SKR exit arrived at the scene, trying to revive T14, but not Yahiko. Get into the shack. Marcos coming in. But where is the player of Enigma? They were on the run and gun just now, leaving only QB bleeding out and the last player alive. PBE, they've been holding this way out for the longest time, but the thing is, so many eyes onto them. KE and GE has been tailing them like no tomorrow, and TX quite spread out as well between themselves. They have to have a huge climb up to the hill as well.
Oh, speaking about the hill, KE currently the master on the hill, but the nade from Zai onto Zed, taking it out. Arrow will be taken out by the zone. Looks like TX is in trouble right now. They're being pinned back. And now, how are they going to get out of this situation? It's going to be sticky for them. Sonic has a vehicle. The good news is that they have two buggies, but both of them, look at their health.
Oh man, Hang is so low right now. Now Enigma, even though they finished, but they finished quite strong. They got themselves 8 eliminations, the highest by far, but no one gets a double-digit elimination just yet. We're down to 5 with KE and GE getting the most men on their side. There's definitely GE on the other hand. They've been taking a lot of turns to, playing a tag team, to just being a third party all the way around, but they are at the edge of a circle. The circle might hot shift. KE top, try to push inside of PBE. Same goes the entire team of KE, just focusing on one team at a time.
Okay, will be busy with a couple of teams around them. Rankip seems to be in trouble. He's currently knocked down. Cole is still alive, playing this very cool because he's the last man standing. He needs to survive for positioning points. KE, however, may lose Boyson. But now we have GE coming in onto KE. Kaya is in trouble. There's nowhere anyone can save him.
Is just too much for him. That's too far apart. KE got even ambushed by the side of SKR. GE on the other hand, nobody's spotting them. Nobody actually firing on GE. They might just got this in the back. But SKR do have the advantage of a higher ground. The elevations can see through GE here. They can finish off KE if they want to, leaving only the top remaining member for the side of KE. SKR, they are bulldozing people from afar, but now they're bulldozing right in the center of their face. It's going to be GE versus SKR for the last few rounds.
SKR highly motivated to get that number 1 spot away from FOD. Now they have that big opportunity that they're in the top 3. GE, however, they've been pinned back. The nade onto West, it will not connect. But look at this, TX eliminated, but not too bad for them. Third place. But now SKR moving in 2 knockdowns.
Yahiko, that's brutal in SKR. They almost got it before, and now they're doing it again with execution to wrap things up with a chicken. What a play. What a explosive ending with a bang just now. SKR, aggressive team, non-stop moving. What a finish of day number 4 here.
Oh yeah, what a day it is for SKR. No doubt they are the top performing team for today. Finally getting their chicken dinner as well. And the best part is that they will definitely be at the number 1 spot.
There's no question in that anymore. They got quite a number of eliminations. Yes, Enigma Gaming. You know what? There are some teams that sort of having the same mindset and same approach in the game. We're talking about SKR. We're talking about Enigma. We're even talking about PBE who tried to do so but being pinned down quite early. But these teams, right, if you don't put a stop on them, they might be a monster by next week. Exit, he got himself 3 eliminations, but I have a feeling that all the eliminations are distributed quite evenly between their teammates, because SKR, they're always on the move.
Yeah, it must be only the damage that separates them. I wouldn't be surprised with that. And SKR, wow, what a redemption day for them. And the best thing is that the chicken dinner came at the right moment, which is the last game. So that just, they can sleep well tonight, no doubt. SKR, GE, Enigma, TX, our top 4 teams, and SKR. Well, none of them actually use more than 10 utilities each. That's pretty interesting.
I have a feeling one of the main reason because they were, most of them, like even we saw a PBE earlier, they got ambushed a lot. So they couldn't even have the space to loot themselves. They have so many skirmishes, it's too early on. But GE, that spot they chosen before, it was such a vintage point, like so good. It's like nobody actually go and trying to contest them at that slip of a hill. They don't have a compound to work with. It's just the terrain. They use it so perfectly. Well done. That was brilliant move coming from GE.
Yeah, that was definitely a showing of their map knowledge and how to play with the terrain. And that's always the hardest part when it comes to Myanmar. You don't have that many compounds to play with. There's a lot of open area, a lot more terrain to work with. So with that, map knowledge is definitely tested, and they definitely showed that in this round.
Yeah, they even got a couple of points in between there. Like they just pick and hide when they try to shoot over things. And no team can actually spot them out from that sort of view. Got themselves quite a vintage point there. But SKR, they got the upper hand, they got the elevation, they got that early. So they definitely had this in the back with 12 elimination, 22 points total. But we do have Enigma placing themselves as third, even though their rank points didn't actually portray and justify how they play because they got wiped out quite early. But that 8 points elimination did a lot for them.
Wow, look at the difference of points as well. More than double the amount of points collected by GE and Enigma that's collected by SKR. I mean, these guys, today is really their day. Today's the day of SKR, in other words.
Yeah.
Finally landing the chicken dinner. But at least all the teams this time, they managed to get their own points. But still hoping for Burmese goals to do better than this.
Yeah, they need a bit of a bump. You know what? They need a bit of a push, a bit more, just a tiny bit more. I feel they're almost there, but it's just not enough. Same goes for the sort of SP. They're a bit cautious when it comes to making a move. But I have to say, Viper's really stepping up their game here. They definitely got themselves quite a number of elimination, but it's just they're being eliminated a bit too early this time.
Ooh, 12 points difference with FOD now. This is the first time another team other than West Point Mamba and FOD getting that #1 spot. So congratulations to SKR, very well deserved. Finally with a chicken dinner. Now KE is the only one with a no chicken, no problem. Still at the top 3.
Yep, the thing is, SKR was the same boat as KE, but KE could tomorrow be their day when it comes to the finishing of week #1 to, at least get themselves a taste of a chicken. They are really hungry right now, but they couldn't land any yet.
Yeah, on page #2, so it looks like despite with that chicken dinner, Axis is still at number 19, unfortunately. Burmese goals only put 2 points difference away from them. And we still have like a couple of other teams at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams without a chicken dinner on page #2. That means it's a total of 7 teams. Again, I do hope that every team at least gets a poster on board. Something they can take home, as a nice memory.
Yeah, they can make a story of it. At least they have the proof like, hey, I used to play for pros, They can show it off and flex it over. But we're not done yet because this is going to be our team summary for the entire day here today. Well, we do see every board across this. They got SKR. They're not going to go lower than just top 3. That's the worst performance for them today.
Yeah, SKR. I mean, today is SKR's day, not going to lie. Even if we talk about like total damage, okay, the difference is just like, let's see, for 800-ish, 810. And that's about it. With that, it's like less than 1,000. So SKR, they are in this to win it, and it's nice to see like our top 3 teams are from different nations.
That's true, and same goes when it comes to our season MVP race. I have a feeling tomorrow might change, but Marco squeezing in at 3rd place. KE is there for the top, but Meteor and Meg still taking #1 in the 2nd spot here when it comes to West Point Mamba. Still, sorry, that's gonna be Vipers. West Point Mamba. There you go. But it's gonna be. I do think it's gonna be holding on this long after this. I have a feeling tomorrow might swap over.
Yeah, I have a feeling as well, and that's gonna be fun, right? Like, if that's a change, then at least it will also be like, oh, teams, individuals need to step up the game, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to play for rather than, oh, you see the same teams, you see the same name again. It's nice to see another name that people don't really talk about suddenly on top.
But here we go. That was the end for our day number 4. We'll almost wrap things up when it comes to week 1. Tomorrow is going to be the last. There's so many anticipation when it comes to tomorrow, because you know what? If they don't push things tomorrow for the teams actually on the second page, Cloud, we're talking about the underdogs. Not really the underdogs. The Orcs has been there forever. All they need is the players to actually push it.
Yeah, I mean, the Orcs are a nice structure to have, solid structure, I'm sure. It's just that the players will need to work and maintain that structure that has been given to them. They've been given the privilege to play with these big names. So it's down to the players to just step up. So looking at you guys, players from Burmese Goals, Axie's got that chicken dinner already, H2O, Falcon, APG. Come on, guys. We want to see you guys do well too.
They're gonna say it in our face like, easy for you to say. You don't have to play. All you do have to talk. I mean, like, come on, we believe in you guys. But I think that's it for us when it comes to day number 4. It has it's been explosive. It's an honor to also share the desk with you, Sir Cloud. And you know what? I think that's it for us. This is Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. We have to sign off for today. See you guys. I think it's gonna be for us the same one again tomorrow, right, Cloud? So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Bye.